My neighbour knocked on my door at 9:30 on a Thursday evening, holding a bottle of wine and wearing the sort of smile that suggested she'd been working up the courage to make this visit for weeks. I was 27 and had been living in the ground floor flat in Exeter for about 6 months, long enough to establish that Claire from upstairs was friendly but not intrusive, the sort of neighbour who'd accept parcels and water plants without expecting lengthy conversations in return. She apologized for the late hour, but explained that she'd been meaning to invite me up for dinner as a proper welcome to the building. Nothing fancy, just a chance to get to know each other better, since we'd be sharing the same address for the foreseeable future. I was working as a freelance translator, mostly doing technical documents for engineering firms, which meant spending most days alone in my flat converting German and French manuals into English that wouldn't confuse anyone trying to operate complex machinery. The isolation was starting to affect me more than I'd expected when I'd chosen freelance work over office employment. Having an actual social interaction that didn't involve explaining why hydraulic systems documentation needed precise terminology felt genuinely appealing. Claire's flat was exactly what you'd expect from someone who worked in marketing for a local arts organization. Tasteful furniture, interesting books, walls covered with exhibition posters from galleries I'd never visited but probably should have. She'd prepared an excellent meal and seemed genuinely interested in hearing about translation work, asking thoughtful questions about the challenges of technical accuracy and whether I missed having colleagues to discuss difficult projects with. About halfway through dinner, she mentioned that she'd been feeling similarly isolated recently, despite working with creative people who were supposedly excellent at maintaining social connections. The conversation shifted to discussing how modern work arrangements were making genuine human interaction increasingly rare, with everyone communicating through digital intermediaries that stripped away the subtleties of face-to-face conversation. She'd been exploring ways to connect with people who shared similar concerns about digital isolation, looking for communities that prioritized authentic communication over the performative social media interactions that had become standard. That's when she mentioned discovering online spaces that weren't part of the mainstream internet, places where people could have genuine discussions without worrying about algorithmic manipulation or corporate data collection. I admitted that I'd heard about hidden parts of the internet, but had never explored them myself, assuming they were either too technical for casual users or focused on activities I wouldn't be interested in participating in. Claire laughed and explained that this was a common misconception. Many hidden communities were actually more accessible and welcoming than mainstream platforms, designed for people who valued privacy and authentic conversation over viral content and commercial advertising. She'd been participating in several discussion groups that focused on topics ranging from philosophy to creative writing, all hosted on networks that required special software, but weren't particularly difficult to access once you understood the basic principles. The communities she'd found were refreshingly different from anything available through normal internet browsing. Thoughtful participants, meaningful discussions, genuine interest in understanding different perspectives rather than winning arguments or gaining followers. She offered to show me how to access these communities if I was curious about experiencing online interaction that felt more like actual conversation than performative social media posting. The demonstration was surprisingly straightforward. Claire had the necessary software already installed on her laptop, and within minutes we were browsing communities that looked and functioned much like regular discussion sites, but felt completely different in terms of content quality and participant behavior. The first few groups she showed me were focused on creative writing and literary criticism, exactly the sort of intellectual discussion that had been missing from my daily routine since leaving university. Participants shared original work, provided thoughtful feedback, and engaged in sophisticated analysis that would have been impossible to maintain on platforms designed for quick consumption and instant reaction. But as Claire navigated through different communities, I started noticing content that was considerably more concerning than creative writing workshops. Some groups were sharing information that seemed intended to remain private, personal details about public figures, internal communications from businesses and government organizations, even what appeared to be surveillance footage from various locations. Claire explained that these were investigative communities, groups of people who researched topics that weren't being covered adequately by mainstream journalism. Citizen investigators who used their collective skills to uncover information that might otherwise remain hidden. The work they were doing seemed legitimate, if ethically complex, documenting corporate misconduct, investigating political corruption, exposing activities that were being concealed from public scrutiny through official or legal pressure. But some of the content made me uncomfortable. Photographs that appeared to have been taken without subjects' knowledge, personal information that seemed too detailed to have been gathered through public sources, discussions about methods for accessing restricted information. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, Claire assured me that the communities were careful to focus on information that was already accessible through various public sources, just aggregated and analyzed more thoroughly than traditional journalism typically allowed. She showed me how to create accounts and participate in discussions, explaining the etiquette and safety practices that would help me contribute meaningfully while protecting my privacy. Over the next few weeks, I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in these hidden communities, initially drawn by the quality of literary discussions, but gradually becoming interested in the investigative work that some groups were conducting. The research techniques they used were sophisticated, combining traditional journalism methods with technological approaches that allowed them to gather and analyze information more efficiently than individual investigators could manage. I started contributing translation skills to groups that were working with documents in multiple languages, helping them understand materials that might contain important information but weren't accessible to English-only researchers. The work felt meaningful in ways that technical manual translation never had. Instead of helping people operate machinery, I was helping uncover information that might expose wrongdoing or provide evidence of activities that were being deliberately concealed. But I also started noticing that some of the communities Claire had introduced me to were focused on activities that went beyond investigation into what seemed like active harassment of specific individuals. Groups that shared detailed personal information about people they claimed were involved in various forms of misconduct, including private addresses, family connections, employment details, and daily routines that would be impossible to gather without systematic surveillance. Some discussions included suggestions for actions that participants could take to disrupt the lives of these targeted individuals, methods for causing professional problems, techniques for creating financial difficulties, even strategies for psychological harassment that would be difficult to trace or prove. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if ruining people's lives was routine problem-solving rather than serious criminal activity. When I raised concerns about these communities with Claire, she explained that they were focused on accountability for people who had used their positions to cause harm, but had avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes traditional justice systems failed to address serious wrongdoing, she said, and citizen action was necessary to ensure that harmful individuals faced appropriate consequences for their behavior. The targets weren't randomly selected, but carefully researched individuals who had demonstrated patterns of behavior that justified intervention by people who understood the full scope of their activities. She showed me documentation that these communities had compiled about various targets, evidence of corporate fraud, political corruption, abuse of power, and other activities that had been reported to authorities but hadn't resulted in appropriate accountability. The research was impressively thorough, with detailed timelines, cross-reference sources, and analysis that would have met academic standards for investigative research. But the proposed responses to this research were disturbing. Rather than continuing to work through official channels, many participants advocated for direct action that would force targets to experience consequences regardless of legal outcomes. I started researching some of the individuals being targeted by these communities, trying to understand whether the allegations against them were justified and whether the harassment they were experiencing was proportionate to their alleged wrongdoing. What I discovered was deeply troubling. While some targets had indeed been involved in questionable activities, others appeared to have been selected based on incomplete information or unsubstantiated allegations. The communities had created detailed profiles of people who might be entirely innocent, sharing their personal information and encouraging harassment based on research that was sophisticated but not necessarily accurate. Some targets were experiencing severe consequences, job losses, relationship problems, financial difficulties, even safety concerns, based on community decisions that had been made without proper verification of the allegations against them. I tried to raise these concerns within the communities, suggesting that their research standards might need improvement and that some of their targets might not deserve the harassment they were experiencing. The response was immediate and hostile. Participants questioned my commitment to accountability, suggested that I was more concerned with protecting wrongdoers than supporting victims, and accused me of being insufficiently informed about the full scope of the target's alleged activities. Some community members started researching my own background, gathering personal information, and analyzing my online activities to determine whether my objections were legitimate concerns or evidence that I was connected to the people they were targeting. Within days, I found detailed discussions about my personal life, professional activities, and even my friendship with Claire appearing in communities that I'd never participated in. The research about me was thorough and largely accurate, compiled from sources that included information I'd never shared publicly and observations that could only have come from systematic surveillance of my daily routine. They'd gathered enough personal information to create a comprehensive profile that covered my employment history, financial circumstances, social connections, and even private activities that I'd assumed were invisible to outside observation. The tone of discussions about me was analytical rather than immediately threatening, but the implications were clear. If I continued to object to their targeting methods, I could easily become a target myself. Claire visited again the following week, ostensibly to check on how I was adapting to the communities she'd introduced me to. But her questions were more specific than casual social inquiry. She wanted to know which groups I'd been participating in, what kinds of contributions I'd been making, and whether I'd encountered any content that concerned me. When I mentioned my reservations about some of the harassment activities I'd observed, she seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She explained that accountability work required difficult decisions about how to respond to people who had caused harm, but avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes direct action was the only way to ensure that wrongdoers faced appropriate repercussions for their behavior. The communities weren't engaged in random harassment, but in carefully considered interventions designed to protect potential future victims by ensuring that harmful individuals experience consequences that might deter similar behavior. If some innocent people occasionally experience temporary inconvenience as a result of imperfect information, That was unfortunate but necessary collateral damage in the broader effort to create accountability for people whose harmful activities had been ignored by official systems. Her explanation sounded reasonable in principle, but didn't address my concerns about the accuracy of their research or the proportionality of their responses. More troubling was her casual mention of my own research activities, including details about my investigation into community targeting methods that I hadn't shared with anyone. She knew what I'd been researching, which communities I'd been questioning, and even which specific targets I'd been investigating independently. Either she had access to my private online activities, or the communities we'd been participating in were monitoring their members more closely than I'd realized. Over the next few days, I started experiencing technical problems that interfered with my ability to access both the hidden communities and regular internet services. Connection issues prevented me from participating in discussions, email problems disrupted my professional translation work, and even basic web browsing became unreliable enough to affect my ability to research the targeting concerns I'd been investigating. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them to internet service providers wouldn't result in meaningful investigation. I realized that questioning the targeting methods of communities that specialized in harassment had made me a problem that needed to be managed through exactly the sort of systematic interference they used against their other targets. My concerns about innocent people being harassed had led to me being harassed, using techniques that were designed to disrupt my life while remaining difficult to prove or address through official channels. I stopped participating in the hidden communities entirely, hoping that withdrawal would end the technical problems and reduce my visibility to groups that had demonstrated their willingness to target people who questioned their methods. But the interference continued, expanding from internet connectivity to other aspects of my daily life. Professional translation projects began experiencing problems that seemed to originate from my end, but weren't caused by anything I'd done wrong. Client communications became unreliable, file transfers failed at crucial moments, and technical issues affected my ability to meet deadlines. My income started declining as clients lost confidence in my reliability, attributing professional problems to my own incompetence rather than systematic sabotage by people who wanted to punish me for asking inconvenient questions. The harassment was sophisticated and comprehensive, designed to create maximum disruption while maintaining plausible deniability about its source and intentional nature. Last week, I found something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities had been monitored from the beginning. A printed summary of my online research, left in my mailbox where I'd be certain to find it. The document contained detailed analysis of my investigation into community targeting methods, including screenshots of private browsing sessions and transcripts of conversations I'd had with Claire. The research about me was as thorough as the profiles they'd created for their other targets, compiled with the same systematic approach and presented with the same analytical detachment. But attached to the summary was a handwritten note that made their position clear. Accountability works both ways. They wanted me to understand that questioning their methods had made me subject to the same treatment they provided to their other targets, and that continued investigation would result in escalated harassment, designed to make my concerns about their activities seem insignificant compared to my own problems. The hidden communities continue to operate, the targeting continues to expand, and people continue to experience systematic harassment disguised as accountability for alleged wrongdoing that may or may not be accurately documented. I still do translation work when technical problems allow it, still live in the same building as Claire, who continues to smile when we pass in the hallway, Still wonder how many other people have been introduced to communities that turn legitimate concerns about justice into systematic harassment of anyone who asks uncomfortable questions about their methods. But I'm also aware that my daily routine is being monitored, my professional activities are being sabotaged, and my personal information is being shared among people who've made questioning their targeting methods into justification for making me a target myself. Even now, after all this time, I can still see the one face that wasn't covered, mouth wide open in genuine terror, eyes bulging as they realized what was about to happen to them, while hundreds of people watched online. The laptop was sitting on a table next to some old textbooks and children's toys at a car boot sale in Wakefield, priced at £40 by an elderly man who seemed eager to get rid of it. He explained that it had belonged to his son, who'd moved abroad for work, and left behind various items he didn't want to ship overseas. It was a Saturday morning in October, the sort of crisp autumn day that brings out dozens of sellers hoping to clear their garages and lofts before winter. I was there looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my Year 6 classroom. At 31, I'd been teaching primary school long enough to know that stretching your budget meant weekend trips to car boot sales and charity shops, hunting for resources that the school's funding couldn't cover. It was a Saturday morning in October, and I'd gone to a car boot sale looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my classroom. The sort of weekend activity that teachers do when they're trying to make their budget stretch further than the school's funding allows. The laptop looked to be in decent enough condition despite being a few years old, and £40 seemed reasonable for something that would let me work from home without having to carry my school laptop back and forth every day. The man threw in a charger and carrying case, pleased to have found someone who'd actually used the machine rather than just wanting it for parts. I didn't bother checking it thoroughly at the sale, just confirmed it would power on and seemed to be functioning normally. When I got home, I plugged it in and started setting it up for my own use, planning to wipe the existing user account and install fresh software. But when I accessed the previous owner's files to back up anything that might be important before deleting them, I found folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, communication logs, and software I didn't recognize, all organized in ways that suggested activities the previous owner hadn't mentioned to his father. One folder contained what appeared to be streaming software and technical documentation for broadcast equipment. Professional quality programs that would cost hundreds of pounds and weren't the sort of thing you'd expect someone to have unless they were seriously involved in content creation. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of hosting and distribution that were carefully worded but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list, recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why someone might want to get rid of a laptop without properly wiping the hard drive. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something the previous owner had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate, the audio quality was professional, and in the background I could hear a voice giving instructions that sounded like it belonged to someone who was clearly in control of the situation. The video showed a basement space with concrete walls and harsh lighting, containing equipment that was obviously designed for restraint and violence, rather than any legitimate purpose. Most disturbing was the casual, business-like tone of the voice directing what was happening off camera. I closed the file and sat in my kitchen trying to process what I'd discovered. The polite elderly man at the car boot sale had unknowingly sold me evidence of what appeared to be serious criminal activity conducted by his son. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of the previous owner's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing enterprise. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and equipment that made it clear the previous owner wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and technical knowledge, though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific addresses. What bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what I'd discovered, but the professional way it had been documented. Detailed logs of events, technical specifications for equipment, even what appeared to be financial records tracking expenses and income. The previous owner had been running what amounted to a business, complete with the sort of administrative overhead you'd expect from any legitimate enterprise. Except instead of providing normal services, he'd been creating violent content for audiences willing to pay for access to live streams. I found files containing schedules that suggested regular broadcasts over a period of several years. Different locations were used on rotating basis, with detailed notes about equipment setup and technical requirements for each venue. Most of the locations were identified only by codes rather than actual addresses, but some files contained photographs that showed enough detail to suggest they were commercial or industrial properties rather than residential spaces. One set of photos showed a warehouse or factory unit with distinctive architectural features that looked familiar in ways I couldn't immediately place. The building style, the window design, even the surrounding landscape seemed like something I'd seen before, though I couldn't remember where. I spent the rest of the weekend researching what I could find online about the type of content the previous owner had been creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. Someone would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement, which meant the mild-mannered son, whose laptop I'd bought, was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks that implied for anyone who might accidentally discover evidence of their activities. On Monday morning, I tried to focus on normal teaching responsibilities while privately wrestling with what to do about my discovery. Reporting the previous owner to police would require explaining how I'd obtained the evidence and potentially compromising any investigation they might want to conduct. But continuing to possess the laptop felt like becoming an accessory to criminal activity, even though my discovery had been entirely accidental and I had no intention of using the material for any purpose. During my lunch break, I researched local missing person reports to see if any cases might correspond to people who appeared in the video files. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in the Wakefield area. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person had been a teacher at a school not far from mine. They disappeared about 8 months earlier after leaving work on what should have been a routine Friday afternoon, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing teacher had been someone with a similar profile to myself. Single, living alone, following predictable routines that would make them easy to observe and potentially target. The possibility that someone in my own profession might have become a victim in the content I discovered made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about accidentally finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about people who lived lives similar to mine being targeted for reasons I didn't understand. That evening, I decided to look more carefully at the warehouse photos I'd found on the laptop, trying to identify where they might have been taken. The architectural style and surrounding environment provided enough clues to narrow down the possible locations to specific areas around Yorkshire. One photo showed a view from inside the warehouse, looking out through a loading bay door. In the distance, I could see a distinctive church spire and what appeared to be a retail park that looked familiar from somewhere I'd visited recently. I spent hours comparing the photo to online maps and street view images, trying to identify the specific location. The combination of the church spire, retail park, and surrounding landscape eventually led me to an area about 20 minutes from Wakefield. The warehouse was in an industrial estate that I'd driven past many times without paying particular attention to the individual buildings. But now that I knew what to look for, I could see how the location would be perfect for activities that required privacy and security. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the industrial estate and the businesses that operated there. Most were legitimate companies with normal commercial activities, but several units appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their online presence. I decided to drive past the area during the weekend, telling myself I was just curious to see if I could identify the specific building from the photos. The industrial estate was mostly quiet on Saturday afternoon, with only a few cars in the various car parks. The warehouse I'd identified from the photos was clearly vacant, with for lease signs and boarded windows, but there were fresh tire tracks in the car park and what appeared to be utility connections that suggested power and water were still active, despite the building being officially empty. From the road, everything looked completely abandoned, but knowing what I potentially knew about how the space might be used made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I parked and walked around the perimeter of the building, looking for any obvious signs of recent activity. Most of the windows were boarded up, but one loading bay had a small gap where I could see inside. The interior had been cleared of most equipment, but I could see mounting points on the walls where cameras had obviously been positioned, and electrical installations that weren't typical of standard warehouse fittings. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting the space for specific purposes that weren't related to normal commercial storage or manufacturing. The sort of professional installation that suggested serious long-term planning rather than temporary use. As I was photographing the mounting points through the gap in the boarding, I heard a car pulling into the car park behind me. I turned around to see a van parking near the building's main entrance. Two people got out and began unloading equipment that looked like cameras and lighting gear. They moved with the efficiency of people who were familiar with the location and had done this setup many times before. I should have left immediately and reported what I was seeing to the authorities, but I was curious about whether this was connected to the content I'd found on the laptop, and whether I was witnessing the continuation of activities that I'd assumed had ended when the previous owner moved abroad. I moved to a position where I could observe without being seen, watching as the two people systematically set up what appeared to be a professional filming operation inside the supposedly abandoned warehouse. They worked for about an hour, positioning equipment and testing various technical systems. Around 6 o'clock, another vehicle arrived, with what appeared to be additional personnel, and someone who seemed to be having difficulty walking steadily. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the setup for content creation. I was potentially watching the preparation for another live stream, like the ones I'd seen recorded on the laptop. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I was trying to dial, one of the people setting up equipment looked directly at me through the gap where I was watching. Our eyes met for several seconds before they calmly walked over to speak to one of their colleagues, pointing in my direction while continuing what appeared to be a normal conversation about their work. I ran back to my car and drove home as quickly as possible, hands shaking as I tried to process what had just happened. Someone involved in creating violent content had seen me observing their activities and hadn't seemed particularly concerned about being witnessed. Either they were confident that I wouldn't report what I'd seen, or they had methods for dealing with unwanted attention that didn't require immediate panic or dramatic responses. That evening, I tried to decide whether to contact the police about what I'd witnessed. The evidence from the laptop combined with what I'd seen at the warehouse should be enough to justify an investigation, even if my story about accidentally discovering criminal activity sounded unlikely. But I was worried about what might happen if the people I'd observed discovered that someone had connected their current activities to evidence from the previous owner's laptop. They demonstrated professional competence and lack of concern about being witnessed, which suggested they had experience dealing with potential problems. I spent the next week trying to maintain normal teaching routines while privately wrestling with the knowledge of what I'd discovered and witnessed. Every unexpected sound outside my house made me check the windows. Every stranger who seemed to look in my direction felt potentially threatening. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secure locations might take additional steps to protect their interests from exposure. 2 weeks after visiting the warehouse, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my front door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me taking pictures through the gap in the warehouse boarding, clearly taken by someone who had been positioned to observe my activities without me realizing they were there. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Curiosity satisfied. No signature, no return address, just those 2 words that made it obvious someone wanted me to understand that my investigation had been noticed and documented. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a warning designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered rather than a prelude to more serious consequences. But I couldn't explain how they'd identified me or obtained my home address based on a brief observation at the warehouse. Either they had considerably more resources than I'd assumed, or they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than the photograph alone suggested. I never reported what I'd found on the laptop or witnessed at the warehouse. The risks of becoming involved in an investigation seemed to outweigh the potential benefits of helping to stop criminal activity that might continue regardless of my intervention. But I still think about that face in the video file. The one person who wasn't wearing a mask or hood, who had looked directly into the camera with an expression that suggested they knew exactly who might be watching. And I think about the casual way the people at the warehouse had reacted to being observed, as if unwanted attention was just another technical problem to be managed, rather than a serious threat to their activities. Sometimes I wonder how many other people have accidentally discovered evidence of similar activities, and whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too frightened of the consequences to risk becoming involved in something they didn't understand. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity. Polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience, all conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contained opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses, what felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence. Members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications, suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience, agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny. Blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research, not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions, consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seemed to operate outside normal oversight while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. The advert was tucked between job listings for cleaners and gardeners, written in the same mundane language you'd expect for any domestic service. Discreet home monitoring while away, professional, reliable, competitive rates, references provided only after service completion. It was that last phrase that felt slightly off. Most services provide references beforehand, not after. But I was desperate to sort out security for my Victorian terrace in Sheffield before my holiday to Greece. Break-ins weren't rare in my area, and period locks wouldn't deter anyone determined enough to try. I called the number that afternoon. The voice was polite and businesslike, explaining temporary monitoring equipment during client absence, cameras and sensors, remote observation, response to issues, considerably cheaper than house sitting. They could assess the property that evening and provide a quote. The consultant, who arrived at 7:30, looked exactly right. Well-dressed, professional tablet, sensible questions about access points and valuables. He walked through systematically, noting camera positions and vulnerable areas, made casual conversation about the house's period features, admired the original cornicing, asked about the basement access. His assessment was thorough without being intrusive. He explained which rooms would need monitoring, how equipment would be positioned to avoid being obvious to potential intruders, what kind of response they could provide if problems were detected. Everything sounded reasonable, professional, legitimate. The quote was fair for 2 weeks of monitoring. They were available for my exact dates. I agreed to installation the day before departure. Payment on completion, as their advert had specified. Installation day arrived with unseasonable rain that made the house feel smaller, more enclosed. 2 technicians worked efficiently through the morning, drilling discreet holes, running thin cables, positioning small cameras in corners where they'd be invisible to casual observation. They tested each component carefully, ensuring clear video quality and reliable transmission. They explained the monitoring process. Continuous but passive observation, immediate contact if anything concerning was detected, coordination with local police if necessary. In case of emergency, they had my mobile number and hotel details, professional, thorough, reassuring. I left for Greece feeling confident that competent people were protecting my property. The holiday was exactly what I'd needed. 2 weeks of sun, decent food, Relaxation that comes from knowing responsibilities are handled by professionals. I received 3 routine updates during my absence. Brief texts confirming normal activity, no security concerns, all systems functioning properly. The sort of communication that justified the expense and validated my decision to hire them. When I returned, the house felt exactly as I'd left it. All monitoring equipment had been removed so thoroughly there was no obvious evidence it had ever been installed. A brief report waited on my kitchen table, summarizing 2 weeks of observation with professional efficiency. According to the report, there had been no security incidents, no attempted break-ins, no unusual activity around the property. A few routine visits from postal workers and delivery drivers, but nothing requiring intervention. The service had been invisible, effective, exactly what I'd paid for. I was impressed enough to recommend them to neighbors who'd expressed similar concerns about leaving properties unattended. Mrs. Patterson, from 3 doors down, used them for her Lake District trip in October. Mr. Chen across the street hired them for his business travel in November. The Johnsons at number 47 booked them for their Christmas cruise. All reported the same professional service, the same invisible efficiency, the same peace of mind that comes from knowing your home is being properly monitored. The problem started subtly, about 6 weeks after my return. 2 days after what should have been the end of all monitoring, I noticed the bathroom light was on when I came home from work. I always switched it off, always checked before leaving. Standing in the hallway, I caught a faint smell I couldn't place, like bleach mixed with something metallic, sharp and wrong. It stayed there for hours, stubborn as though it had been worked into the air. I checked the house thoroughly, but found nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed. Just that persistent feeling that someone else had been moving through my space, touching my belongings, breathing my air. Then the targeted advertising started. Emails about specific cleaning supplies for Victorian properties, repair services for damp issues I'd never mentioned to anyone, security equipment for period features only I would know needed attention, phone calls offering solutions to maintenance problems they couldn't possibly know about. The precision was unsettling. Companies contacting me about the loose floorboard in the back bedroom, the crack in the basement wall I'd been meaning to fix, even the specific brand of paint I'd need to touch up the kitchen skirting. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been inside my house, observing details I'd never shared with anyone. Mrs. Patterson mentioned she was having similar experiences. Targeted recommendations since her monitoring service. Companies knowing details about her Victorian conversion that she'd never discussed online. Mr. Chen had received calls about his boiler efficiency and garden drainage, problems he'd been researching privately. The Johnsons were getting quotes for roof repairs and double glazing replacement, work they'd been considering but hadn't mentioned to anyone except each other. All of us using the same monitoring service. All of us feeling like our privacy had been compromised in ways we couldn't articulate or prove. I tried calling their number, generic voicemail promising return calls that never came. Email bounced back as undeliverable. The professional website I'd found originally no longer existed. The company had either ceased operating or made themselves deliberately unreachable once their services were complete. That's when I started wondering what they'd actually monitored during my holiday and whether the surveillance had ended when their equipment was supposedly removed. The question nagged at me for weeks. I'd assumed the monitoring was straightforward security observation. Cameras watching for intruders, sensors detecting unauthorized entry, professional staff responding to genuine emergencies. But the targeted marketing suggested they'd gathered considerably more information than necessary for basic home protection. I researched methods for detecting hidden surveillance equipment. purchased radio frequency detectors, infrared scanners, devices designed to locate concealed cameras and listening devices. Found nothing obvious, but the targeted advertising continued with increasing specificity and accuracy. Companies were contacting me about problems I'd only just discovered myself. A blocked drain in the utility room, condensation issues in the loft, even wear patterns on carpets that would only be visible to someone conducting detailed interior surveys. It was during this research that I stumbled across something that changed my understanding entirely. I was looking into home security options online, trying to find legitimate alternatives to the service I'd used, when a search led me to areas of the internet I'd never encountered before. Hidden services that required special software to access, communities operating outside normal oversight and regulation. One site, reached through several layers of anonymity, hosted what appeared to be live feeds from residential properties, real-time surveillance of people in their own homes, completely unaware they were being observed by strangers online. The interface was professional despite its hidden nature. Multiple video feeds showing different locations, chat functions allowing viewers to communicate, even rating systems for different streams based on content quality and viewer engagement. Most feeds showed empty rooms or routine domestic activity. People cooking, watching television, going about normal daily routines, while cameras documented their every movement. Dozens of properties, hundreds of viewers, a thriving community built around watching strangers live their private lives. I scrolled through available feeds with mounting horror, recognizing the violation these people were experiencing without their knowledge or consent. Then I saw something that made my blood turn to ice water. One feed showed my living room. I couldn't process what I was seeing at first. Cold spread through my chest as I stared at the screen. My coffee mug on the side table where I'd left it an hour ago. Afternoon light falling through windows at exactly the right angle. The book I'd been reading still open on the sofa, reading glasses beside it where I'd placed them before going to make tea. I watched the timestamp update in real time while someone in the chat commented about my choice of evening reading. Another viewer making predictions about what I'd do when I returned from the kitchen. This wasn't archive footage from my holiday monitoring. This was happening now, in real time, while I sat at my laptop in the very room being broadcast to anonymous strangers online. The realization hit me with physical force. The monitoring service hadn't removed all their equipment when I returned from Greece. They'd left cameras running, streaming my daily life to paying audiences who treated my private moments as entertainment. I slammed the laptop shut and sat in darkness, trying to process the violation I discovered. Then I reopened it and forced myself to keep watching, needing to understand the full scope of what was happening. The chat was active with viewers discussing my routine, making observations about my habits, even placing bets on my behavior patterns. They knew when I usually went to bed, what I typically watched on television, how long I spent reading before sleep. Intimate knowledge of my private life gathered through weeks or months of continuous observation. Some comments suggested viewers had been watching since shortly after my return from holiday. Others referenced changes in my routine, expressing disappointment when I'd altered patterns they'd grown accustomed to following. I was living entertainment for strangers who'd been studying my life with the dedication of researchers, analyzing my behavior, predicting my choices, treating my existence as a performance staged for their amusement. Over the next few hours, I searched every room systematically, behind mirrors, inside light fittings, around door frames, anywhere cameras could be concealed. I kept thinking about that smell, the way it had clung to the air like evidence. The bathroom light that had been left on, the subtle signs of intrusion I dismissed as paranoia. I hired a professional security consultant to sweep the property. They found nothing obvious, suggested monitoring might use methods that weren't physically present in the house. Remote access through existing devices, exploitation of smart systems, surveillance through infrastructure I wasn't aware of. But I didn't have smart home technology, and the feeds were showing angles that couldn't be captured through televisions or computers. Someone had installed professional surveillance equipment that was sophisticated enough to avoid detection by standard sweeping procedures. The feeds continued showing perfect coverage of my daily routine from multiple angles, suggesting a comprehensive system rather than occasional monitoring. I started covering mirrors with towels, unplugging every electrical device, even dismantling the smoke alarm and peeling back wallpaper to check for hidden wiring. The feed quality never diminished. Anonymous viewers discussed my increasing paranoia as entertainment, one commenting, "He's taking apart the kitchen radio now lol," while another typed, "Bet he checks the fridge next. They always do." Complete. Perfect. Every move I made to reclaim privacy was exactly the content they wanted. My desperate attempts to locate surveillance equipment had become part of the show, providing viewers with drama and unpredictability that enhanced their entertainment experience. They were watching me search for them, commenting on my methods, laughing at my futile efforts to regain control of my own home. I checked the other feeds on the site and recognized several properties from my neighborhood. Mrs. Patterson's front room, Mr. Chen's kitchen, even the Johnsons' bedroom where they were sleeping peacefully, while strangers watched and commented on their unconscious movements. All of us who'd used the same monitoring service. All of us now providing ongoing entertainment for audiences who'd paid for permanent access to our private lives. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood. This wasn't just about my house, but about an entire network of residential surveillance disguised as legitimate security services. Professional installation during supposed holiday monitoring, equipment left behind to provide continuous streaming content. I researched the site's structure and found hundreds of residential feeds from across the UK. Victorian terraces, modern developments, converted flats, a comprehensive collection of homes where owners had unknowingly become performers in an ongoing reality show. The business model was sophisticated. Customers paid for access to different tiers of content, with premium subscriptions providing high-definition feeds and interactive features. Popular streams generated additional revenue through viewer donations and special requests. My house appeared to be performing well in their metrics. High viewer engagement, consistent audience, positive ratings for content quality and entertainment value. I was a successful performer in a show I'd never auditioned for, generating income for people who'd converted my home into a broadcast studio. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, 2 months after I discovered the feeds. Professional letterhead, quality paper, polite language thanking me for previous use of their monitoring service. An offer for enhanced lifestyle documentation at significantly reduced rates, with detailed information about comprehensive surveillance that would cover all aspects of daily routine and personal habits. But it was the personal touches that made my hands shake. References to my recent home improvement research and interesting reading choices, mentioning specific book titles I'd been browsing online that morning. Casual observations about my evolving sleep patterns and dietary preferences. Knowledge that could only come from continuous, detailed observation. The final paragraph dropped all pretense of professional courtesy, a suggestion that clients who appreciated comprehensive monitoring consistently had positive experiences, while those who failed to understand the benefits often found themselves experiencing unfortunate incidents, equipment malfunctions, security breaches, even accidents around the home. The threat was wrapped in corporate language, but it was unmistakably there. Accept the surveillance as an ongoing service, or risk consequences that could affect my safety, security, and well-being. I never responded to the letter, but the message was clear. I'd become part of their business whether I'd consented to ongoing monitoring or not. The feeds remained active. Anonymous viewers continued discussing my routines, making predictions about my behavior, treating my private life as interactive entertainment. Sometimes I found myself performing for cameras I couldn't locate, wondering if compliance might offer some protection from whatever threats they'd implied. But mostly, I tried to maintain normal routines while knowing that dozens of strangers were watching me eat breakfast, read books, fall asleep in front of the television. The psychological impact was cumulative. Every private moment felt observed, every personal habit subject to analysis by anonymous audiences. I couldn't relax in my own home, couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, judged, discussed by people who knew intimate details of my life, while remaining completely hidden themselves. Last week, I found something on my kitchen counter that made my hands shake. A tiny ceramic house, perfect miniature of my own terrace, positioned exactly where cameras would capture it clearly. Even the small chip in the front step was there. Damage I'd noticed just 3 days ago when the postman stumbled. When I checked the feed, viewers were discussing their housewarming gift, debating whether I understood the message. It wasn't just any figurine. It was my house, recreated in porcelain by people who could enter whenever they chose, study architectural details, reproduce them with perfect accuracy, then leave tokens to prove their complete access and control. They weren't just watching anymore. They were inside, moving through my home while I slept, studying every detail, leaving evidence of their presence for both me and their online audience to discover. The ceramic house sat on my counter for 3 days before I finally moved it. During those 3 days, viewer comments speculated about my psychological state, analyzed my reluctance to disturb their gift, discussed whether my eventual response would meet their expectations for dramatic content. When I finally picked it up, my hands were trembling. The ceramic was warm, as if it had been recently handled. Underneath, someone had carved a tiny message into my kitchen counter. Thank you for the show. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity, polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience. All conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contain opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses. What felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly, without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence, members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided, while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience, agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing, because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny, blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities, instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation, operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I'd documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet, because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research. Not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they'd described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences, investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions. Consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seem to operate outside normal oversight, while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource, rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop, where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems, or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. The link had been sitting in my inbox for 3 days before I opened it, mostly because I get so many random messages from anonymous users that I've learned to ignore most of them until I'm properly bored. I was 22 and working in the stockroom at a Sainsbury's in Preston, spending 8 hours a day moving boxes around and trying not to think too much about how this wasn't exactly where I'd imagined myself ending up after college. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the work was mind-numbing in ways that made every shift feel like it lasted twice as long as it actually did. Most of my mental stimulation came from browsing message boards during breaks and lunch, anonymous forums where people shared interesting content, discussed topics that were too controversial for mainstream social media, posted things they'd discovered in the darker corners of the internet. I wasn't looking for anything particularly extreme, just wanted to read something more engaging than the usual social media nonsense that everyone else seemed satisfied with. Real discussions about real topics by people who weren't trying to maintain personal brands or worry about what their employers might think. The message boards I frequented attracted people who'd been banned from regular platforms or preferred not to use their real names when discussing sensitive subjects. Not necessarily criminals or extremists, just individuals who valued privacy and authentic conversation over performative social interaction. One board I visited regularly had a section for sharing unusual content that people had discovered during their online wanderings. Leaked documents, underground media, historical footage that had been suppressed or forgotten. The sort of material that demonstrated there was always more happening in the world than mainstream news sources bothered to report. The link had come through a private message from a stranger who claimed to have found something that would interest anyone serious about documenting authentic, extreme content. They'd noticed my posts in discussions about banned media and thought I might appreciate access to material that most people would never encounter. I'd received similar messages before from people wanting to share shocking videos or disturbing images they'd found somewhere online. Most turned out to be obviously fake content or things I'd already seen posted elsewhere. But the stranger's message was different, more measured, more focused on the documentary value of what they were offering rather than its shock potential. They explained that the link led to a streaming site that hosted live content from various hidden locations. Not recorded material, but real-time feeds showing events as they happened. The sort of authentic documentation that serious researchers valued for its immediacy and unfiltered nature. I should have been more suspicious about why someone would share access to exclusive streaming content with a random person from a message board. But I was curious, and my job gave me plenty of time to explore whatever caught my interest without worrying about productivity or professional consequences. The link led to a site with a basic interface showing multiple video feeds from different locations. Most were static or showed empty rooms, but a few had obvious activity suggesting they were genuinely live rather than pre-recorded loops. The video quality was better than I'd expected for streaming content, and the feeds updated regularly in ways that confirmed they were showing real-time events rather than edited footage. Professional equipment and reliable internet connections rather than amateur recordings from phone cameras. One feed showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space with someone restrained in the center of the frame. The timestamp indicated it was happening live, and occasionally I could see movement that confirmed the person was conscious and aware of their situation. I watched for about 20 minutes during my lunch break, telling myself I was documenting whether this type of content actually existed, rather than just consuming it for entertainment. The academic approach that people on the message boards always claim to take when discussing extreme material. Around the edges of the video feed, I could see interface elements that suggested this was part of a larger streaming platform. Chat functions, viewer counters, menu options that implied there were additional feeds available to people with appropriate access levels. The chat showed comments from maybe 30 other viewers discussing what they were seeing with the clinical detachment of people analyzing documentary footage. No obvious excitement about violence, just matter-of-fact observations about technical aspects of the setup. What made me pay closer attention was a detail in the background of the main feed. On the wall behind the restrained figure was a poster that looked familiar, a local council notice about planning applications that I'd seen around Preston. The format and official logos were definitely from Preston City Council, the sort of bureaucratic signage you see in public buildings and commercial properties throughout the area, which suggested this feed was showing events happening locally rather than in some distant foreign location. Over the next few days, I found myself checking the streaming site regularly to see if the feeds had changed or if new content was available. The interface seemed to update on an irregular schedule, with different rooms becoming active at different times. Most of the locations looked similar. Basement or garage spaces with concrete walls and industrial lighting, but the background details varied enough to suggest they were different physical locations rather than the same room filmed from different angles. I started paying attention to these background details, looking for clues about where the feeds might be originating. Council notices, business signage, architectural features that might indicate specific geographic areas. Several feeds showed details that suggested UK locations, electrical fittings, building materials, even glimpses of packaging that looked typically British. But one feed in particular kept showing elements that seemed specifically local to the Preston area. Not just the council poster, but other details that I recognized from around town. A particular type of street lighting visible through a small window, road markings that matched local standards, even background sounds that seemed consistent with urban Lancashire rather than anywhere foreign. The possibility that live violent content was being streamed from locations near where I lived and worked made everything feel more immediate and disturbing. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in the Sainsbury's stockroom. I started researching whether there had been any local missing person reports that might correspond to people I'd seen in the feeds. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in an area the size of Preston. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person had last been seen in an area I knew well. They disappeared after leaving work at a retail park about 10 minutes from where I worked. And despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. The timing roughly corresponded to when I'd first started accessing the streaming site, and the physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the feeds. The connection was too vague to be certain, but disturbing enough to make me wonder if other viewers had noticed similar patterns. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Supermarket worker claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while browsing anonymous message boards during lunch breaks. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world missing person cases. I'd been accessing their site regularly for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. The stranger had warned me that accessing hidden streaming content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. About a month after first accessing the streaming site, I received another message from the stranger asking whether I'd found the content educational and if I was interested in additional material that wasn't available to general viewers. Their tone was friendly but felt more personal than our previous communication, as if they knew something about my response to the content that they hadn't mentioned before, or had been monitoring my viewing patterns more closely than I'd realized. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain access while expressing some reservations about the content. Their response came back within hours, which suggested they'd been online waiting for my reply, rather than just checking messages occasionally. They said they understood my concerns, but reminded me that serious documentation sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. They offered to provide access to additional feeds that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of how such content was created and distributed. Something about the way they phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my continued viewing was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing content that was clearly illegal and potentially connected to local criminal activity. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or lack of appreciation for the exclusive access I'd been granted. The next day at work, I noticed someone I didn't recognize hanging around the car park during my lunch break. Nothing obviously suspicious, just someone who seemed to be waiting for something or observing the area more carefully than you'd expect from casual visitors. They were positioned where they could see the staff entrance but weren't obviously watching it. The sort of surveillance that would be easy to dismiss as coincidence unless you were already paranoid about being monitored. I mentioned it to one of my colleagues, who said they'd noticed the same person on previous days but assumed they were waiting for someone or had legitimate business in the area. The sort of explanation that made perfect sense unless you had reasons to be concerned about unwanted attention. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post-delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds outside my door that could have been coincidence but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking from my flat to the bus stop, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything obviously suspicious. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Interesting viewing habits. No signature, no return address. Just those 3 words that made it obvious someone knew about my access to the streaming site and had been monitoring my activities as a result. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger in the supermarket felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I stopped accessing the streaming site and tried to focus on normal work and social activities. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd seen, or the fear that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than casual browsing of extreme content. The person I'd noticed in the car park disappeared around the same time I stopped visiting the site. Either they'd found what they were looking for, or whoever was behind the surveillance had decided I was no longer worth monitoring. But I still think about those feeds, and the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as if it were documentary footage rather than live criminal activity. How many other people might be accessing similar content without understanding the risks involved in connecting it to real-world events? And I think about the stranger, and whether they were genuinely sharing interesting content with fellow researchers or deliberately drawing people into situations they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if receiving that link was as random as it seemed, or if someone had been monitoring the message boards long enough to identify people who might be curious about extreme content, but naive about the consequences of accessing it. The link is still in my message history, though I've never tried to access it again. Sometimes I'm tempted to see if the site is still active, if the same feeds are running, if other people are still watching and commenting as if real violence were just another form of online entertainment. But mostly, I try to pretend I never saw it, never accessed those feeds, never connected what I was watching to missing people from my own area. Because acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that some of the most disturbing content online isn't created in distant countries by foreign criminals, but by people who might live in the same town, shop in the same places, walk the same streets as everyone else. Sophie handed in her essay with that slightly smug expression she always wore when she thought she'd done something clever, sliding the printed pages across my desk with deliberate casualness, like she was passing state secrets rather than GCSE coursework. I was marking media studies assignments at home in Birmingham that evening when I got to hers and stopped reading after the first paragraph, just staring at the pages for about 10 minutes straight. The students always think they're the first ones to discover it, like they've stumbled across some secret that previous generations never found. The assignment was straightforward enough. Investigate how information spreads online and evaluate the reliability of different digital sources. Most students picked safe topics like social media misinformation or how news travels through messaging apps, standard teenage analysis of platforms they already understood. Sophie had decided to explore what she called the hidden internet, places where information exists outside normal search results and social media feeds. She had this habit of tucking her hair behind her left ear when she was concentrating, and I could picture her doing exactly that while typing this essay, convinced she was breaking academic ground that no teacher had ever considered. Her essay described discovering communities and content that operated beyond the reach of regular browsers and conventional oversight. She wrote about it with the casual confidence of someone who assumed she was the first person to encounter these concepts, explaining hidden services and anonymous networks as if she were pioneering digital anthropology. What bothered me wasn't her choice of topic, but the specific details she included about content she'd accessed while researching. screenshots of sites hosting material that definitely wasn't appropriate for a school project, descriptions of communities discussing activities that were obviously illegal. The essay included references to live streaming sites that showed what she described as real events happening in real time. Not entertainment content or news broadcasts, but unfiltered documentation of activities that people wanted to keep private from normal observation. She'd analyzed the technical aspects of these streams with surprising sophistication, discussing video quality, audience interaction features, and geographic indicators that suggested some content was being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Most concerning was her casual mention of recognizing locations in some of the streams, buildings and spaces around Birmingham that she could identify from architectural details or background elements visible in the footage. I found myself reaching for my laptop to close it, to put Sophie's essay aside and mark something safer. But something about her description of recognizing local locations made me curious despite my better judgment. That evening, I researched some of the sites Sophie had mentioned. The process of reaching these hidden sites was more complex than regular browsing, requiring specific software and careful attention to security practices. Sophie's essay had included enough technical details for me to follow her research methodology, though I told myself I was just verifying whether her claims were accurate. What I found confirmed that Sophie had accessed content that was genuinely disturbing. The streaming sites showed feeds from various locations that appeared to be monitored without the knowledge of people using those spaces. Not public surveillance cameras, but hidden monitoring of private areas where people assumed they weren't being observed. Most locations looked like commercial or industrial spaces, basements, warehouses, converted buildings being used for activities that required privacy. I found myself leaning closer to the screen, straining to hear the faint background sounds that accompanied the video feeds. Distant traffic, the hum of ventilation systems, occasionally footsteps echoing in empty corridors. What made me pay closer attention was recognizing some of the architectural details Sophie had mentioned. Victorian brickwork, industrial fittings, window designs, characteristic of older buildings around Birmingham. I'd lived in the city long enough to identify these features as typical of converted warehouses in areas like Digbeth and the Jewellery Quarter. One location appeared regularly, a basement space with distinctive period features suggesting it was in a Victorian commercial building. The camera angle captured most of the room, but occasionally something would move just outside the frame, a shadow or the suggestion of movement that made me realize these weren't empty spaces being monitored for security purposes. I should have closed the laptop then, should have stopped following Sophie's research methodology and focused on how to address her inappropriate internet usage through proper school channels. But I kept watching, telling myself I needed to understand the full scope of what she'd discovered. The basement's architectural details were specific enough that I could potentially identify the building through local historical records. After narrowing down possibilities to about a dozen buildings, I decided to walk past the most likely candidates during my weekend. Most buildings I identified were occupied by legitimate businesses, but one stood out because it appeared mostly vacant despite being in a desirable commercial area. The ground floor had retail space, but upper floors showed no signs of occupancy, and basement windows were covered from inside. I walked past several times over the next week, observing at different times. Most of the time it looked empty, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles that weren't there regularly, or lights in what appeared to be the basement level. Bright, harsh illumination visible around window edges. One evening, I found an envelope on my kitchen table. not slipped under the door, on the table where I'd left my keys and wallet after coming home from school. Someone had been inside my house while I was there, moving through my home quietly enough that I hadn't heard them from the living room where I'd been marking papers. Inside was a printed copy of Sophie's essay with certain sections highlighted in red. The parts where she'd mentioned recognizing local locations and analyzing geographic indicators. On the final page was a handwritten note. Curious teachers make excellent research assistants. I spent the rest of the evening checking every window and door, trying to work out how someone had entered without me noticing. But I also couldn't stop thinking about that phrase, research assistants, and what exactly they might want me to research. The next day at school, I tried to act normally while observing Sophie more carefully. She seemed exactly the same, confident, slightly rebellious, focused on completing assignments with minimal effort. During lunch break, I noticed someone waiting outside the school gates who didn't look like a parent or staff member. They were positioned where they could see both entrances, observing rather than waiting for someone specific. After about 20 minutes, they left, but their presence felt connected to the note about curious teachers. 3 days later, I saw the same person outside the supermarket near my house, standing by the car park entrance with the same careful observation posture, not following me directly, but making sure I understood that my movements were being monitored. That afternoon, I decided to speak with Sophie about her research and whether she'd had unusual contact from people interested in her work. Her response was casual. A few people had messaged her online expressing interest in her research methods, but she'd assumed they were fellow students or academics. She showed me the messages on her phone. Friendly, professional inquiries about how she'd accessed certain sites and whether she'd be interested in sharing additional findings. But something about their tone made me uncomfortable. Too knowledgeable about technical aspects, too familiar with specific sites Sophie had accessed. I tried to explain that people operating illegal surveillance networks might not appreciate students writing school essays about their activities. She seemed to understand my concerns, but pointed out that she'd only accessed publicly available sites, hadn't obtained information through illegal methods. Over the next few days, I found myself paralyzed by indecision about contacting the police. Every time I reached for the phone, I'd think about explaining how I discovered the surveillance sites, whether my own investigation might be considered problematic. Then I'd think about Sophie potentially being in danger because I was too cowardly to report what I knew. But I was also afraid that people who could enter my house without detection might take additional steps to ensure teachers didn't become problems for their activities. A week later, Sophie didn't show up for school. Her parents called to report she'd left home at normal time, but never arrived for registration. Police were notified immediately, search procedures initiated, but there was no obvious explanation for where she might have gone. I should have mentioned her research project and the possibility that her internet activities had attracted unwanted attention. But I couldn't bring myself to explain how I knew about illegal surveillance sites without implicating myself in the investigation. Sophie has been missing for 6 weeks now. The police investigation continues, but no trace has been found despite extensive searches and media appeals. Sometimes I still check the surveillance sites, telling myself I'm looking for evidence that might help the investigation. Last week, I saw movement in one of the basement feeds. A figure that could have been the right height and build, hair that might have been the same shade as Sophie's. The package arrived on a Monday morning while I was having coffee in my kitchen, addressed to me by name, but with no return address or delivery company markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on my doorstep, like it had materialized overnight. Inside was a laptop I'd never seen before, expensive looking but completely unmarked, along with a handwritten note explaining that I'd been selected for a freelance research project that would pay £500 for a few days' work. I was 29 and struggling to keep my freelance writing career viable, mostly producing content for local businesses and the occasional magazine article when editors needed someone who could work quickly and cheaply. The money being offered was more than I usually earned in a month. The note was brief and professional, explaining that the research involved documenting online communities that weren't accessible through normal browsers. Nothing illegal, just academic investigation of how information spreads through hidden networks that most people never encounter. They'd chosen me based on my journalism background and writing samples they'd found online, looking for someone who could observe and document without technical preconceptions about what they might discover. The laptop came preloaded with software I'd never used before, along with detailed instructions for accessing what they called alternative information networks. The process was more complex than regular internet browsing, involving multiple steps and security protocols that suggested the content wasn't meant for casual access. I should have been more suspicious about receiving expensive equipment from anonymous sources, but the financial pressure of freelance work made the opportunity difficult to refuse. £500 would solve several immediate problems and buy me time to find more reliable income. The first communities I accessed were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of academic papers, forums where people shared information that had been censored from mainstream platforms. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations between different communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more disturbing than academic research. Not obviously illegal content, but documentation of activities that mainstream platforms wouldn't host. Real-time discussions about events that weren't being reported in normal news sources. Communities sharing information about incidents they claimed were being deliberately suppressed. The research brief had asked me to focus particularly on communities discussing local events, incidents in Newcastle, and the surrounding areas that might not be receiving broader media attention. I found several groups dedicated to what they called regional intelligence, people sharing information about activities in their immediate geographic areas that weren't appearing in local newspapers or radio broadcasts. The Newcastle section was surprisingly active, with dozens of regular contributors discussing everything from local authority decisions to business activities that weren't being publicly reported. Some posts included photographic evidence supporting claims about incidents that had supposedly occurred, but weren't being covered by local media. Images of accident scenes, building damage, even what appeared to be emergency service activities that hadn't been mentioned in official reports. The documentation quality was often professional, suggesting either serious amateur investigators or people with official access to information that wasn't being shared publicly. One thread that particularly caught my attention focused on missing persons cases in the Northeast that hadn't received media coverage. Contributors shared details about people who had disappeared without official investigations being launched, or families being properly informed about search efforts. The cases they discussed weren't random disappearances, but seemed to follow patterns that suggested systematic targeting of specific types of individuals. People living alone, working irregular hours, without strong family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of their absence. I recognized some of the locations being discussed, areas of Newcastle where I'd worked on assignments, neighborhoods I was familiar with from my journalism research. The proximity made the content feel more immediate and credible than if it had been about distant places. As I documented these communities for my research assignment, I started cross-referencing their claims with official sources and mainstream news reports. What I discovered was disturbing. Many of the incidents they discussed had indeed occurred, but with minimal official acknowledgement and virtually no media coverage. Missing person reports that had been filed but not publicized, accident investigations that had been conducted but not reported, even criminal activities that had been recorded but not prosecuted. Either the hidden communities had access to official information that wasn't being shared publicly, or they were conducting their own investigations into incidents that authorities were choosing not to pursue. I started contributing to the discussions, sharing information I'd gathered through my journalism work that might be relevant to their research. Nothing confidential, just background context about local issues that could help verify or contradict claims being made. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other contributors provided additional information that helped me understand connections between different incidents, patterns that weren't obvious when each event was considered individually. They also began sharing more sensitive material with me, including documentation that suggested some of the missing persons cases were connected to activities that were being deliberately concealed from public scrutiny. Photographs of locations where people had last been seen, records of their final communications, even evidence that their disappearances had been noted by authorities but not investigated with appropriate thoroughness. The material painted a picture of systematic negligence or deliberate concealment, with certain types of disappearances being treated as administrative problems rather than potential crimes requiring investigation. I should have reported this information to appropriate authorities, rather than continuing to participate in communities that were clearly operating outside official oversight. But I was becoming genuinely concerned about the patterns they were documenting, and traditional journalism hadn't provided opportunities to investigate issues that weren't being acknowledged by official sources. About 6 weeks into my research, I received additional instructions that shifted the focus of my assignment. Rather than just documenting existing communities, I was asked to investigate specific cases that had been identified as potentially significant. People who had disappeared under circumstances that suggested they might be connected to activities that weren't being properly investigated. The cases were all local to Newcastle, involving individuals who shared characteristics that made their disappearances particularly concerning. All lived alone, all worked from home, or had irregular employment. All had minimal family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of problems. I was provided with detailed background information about each case, personal histories, work patterns, social connections, even financial circumstances that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The level of detail was impressive, but also unsettling. Someone had conducted comprehensive research into these individuals' private lives, gathering information that wouldn't be available through normal journalism or official investigation. I started investigating the cases using traditional journalism methods, contacting police departments, searching public records, trying to verify the claims that these disappearances weren't being properly investigated. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic negligence. Most of the cases had indeed been reported to authorities, but with minimal follow-up investigation. Missing person reports had been filed, but searches had been perfunctory and investigations had been closed quickly without resolution. The pattern suggested either severe resource limitations affecting police response to certain types of cases, or deliberate decisions to avoid thorough investigation of disappearances that met specific criteria. I documented my findings and shared them with the hidden communities, hoping to contribute to their ongoing research into systematic problems with missing person investigations. But I also started to notice changes in my own circumstances that seemed connected to my investigation activities. People I'd contacted during my research began experiencing problems that interfered with their ability to provide information. Sources became reluctant to discuss cases they'd previously been willing to address openly. Some contacts mentioned receiving warnings about sharing information with journalists, though they couldn't identify who had contacted them or what authority they represented. My own internet connectivity became unreliable when accessing certain types of information, and I started experiencing technical problems with equipment that had previously functioned normally. Most unsettling was discovering that people were asking questions about my research activities in contexts that suggested my investigation was being monitored by individuals with access to information I hadn't shared publicly. I researched methods for conducting journalism investigations without creating unnecessary visibility for sources or subjects, but realized that my activities had already attracted attention from people who had resources to monitor and interfere with independent research. The hidden communities provided advice about protecting investigation activities from unwanted scrutiny, but also warned that certain types of research could create personal risks for investigators who weren't prepared for retaliation. Several contributors mentioned experiencing harassment after their documentation had led to official attention, including professional difficulties, financial problems, and even personal safety concerns. They advised extreme caution when investigating cases that might be connected to activities involving people with official authority or significant resources. This advice proved relevant sooner than I'd expected. About 2 months after beginning my research, I received a visit that made it clear my investigation activities had attracted unwanted attention. 2 people arrived at my flat, claiming to represent a government agency investigating unauthorized access to sensitive information. They were polite but thorough, asking detailed questions about my research methods and the sources of information I'd been accessing. They seemed particularly interested in the hidden communities I'd been participating in, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar research activities in different regions. Their knowledge of my investigation was comprehensive, suggesting either sophisticated monitoring of my online activities or information provided by sources within the communities I'd been researching. They explained that some of the cases I'd been investigating were connected to ongoing official operations that required confidentiality to maintain effectiveness. My journalism research was potentially compromising legitimate law enforcement activities by drawing unwanted attention to sensitive investigations. They didn't threaten me directly, but made it clear that continuing my research could create legal complications that would be difficult to resolve through normal journalism channels. In exchange for discontinuing my investigation, they were prepared to provide background information that would help me understand why certain missing person cases weren't being pursued through traditional methods. The explanation sounded plausible, but their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of surveillance they demonstrated suggested resources that went far beyond normal law enforcement oversight of journalism activities. I agreed to discontinue my research while privately resolving to verify their claims through independent sources. Over the next few weeks, I tried to confirm the legitimacy of the agency they claimed to represent and the official operations they described. I found no corroborating evidence for their explanation. No government agencies matching their description. No official operations that could account for the systematic negligence I documented. No legitimate reasons why missing person investigations would be deliberately restricted. Either their work was so classified that no public information existed, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden communities to share my concerns and seek advice about verifying official claims that couldn't be independently researched. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Official contact after investigating sensitive cases, explanations that couldn't be verified, pressure to discontinue research that had identified problematic patterns. Some contributors had been threatened with prosecution for accessing classified information, though the classification of their research couldn't be verified through normal channels. Others had experienced escalating problems that made continuing their investigation impossible. Technical difficulties, financial pressures, even personal safety concerns that forced them to abandon their research. The pattern suggested coordinated efforts to discourage investigation of activities that were operating without proper oversight or accountability. I started researching the individuals who had visited me, trying to understand their actual authority and whether their claims about official operations could be substantiated. The business cards they'd provided led to addresses that didn't correspond to legitimate government offices, and the phone numbers connected to generic voicemail systems that provided no useful information. Either they were operating with extraordinary secrecy protocols, or they represented interests that weren't connected to legitimate law enforcement activities. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than systematic negligence in missing person investigations. The patterns I'd documented were likely evidence of activities that were being conducted outside official oversight, with missing persons cases being deliberately ignored to avoid scrutiny of whatever was causing the disappearances. The hidden communities had become a way for people to document and share information about these activities, creating alternative investigation networks for cases that weren't being pursued through official channels. But participation had also made us visible to people who had resources to monitor our research and motivation to discourage our documentation. Last week, I discovered something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities were being monitored. The laptop that had been provided for my research assignment contained sophisticated surveillance software that had been recording not just my investigation activities, but all my computer usage, internet communications, and even ambient audio from my flat. I'd been under comprehensive observation since the moment I'd accepted the research assignment, with everything I'd discovered, everyone I'd contacted, and every piece of evidence I'd gathered being monitored by people who had provided the tools for my investigation. The realization that my research had been watched from the beginning made me understand that the assignment itself had been part of a system designed to identify and monitor people who might investigate activities that weren't meant to be scrutinized. The £500 had been payment for allowing myself to be surveilled while investigating cases that were connected to activities someone wanted to keep hidden. I'd essentially been recruited to document my own investigation, providing comprehensive intelligence about my methods, sources, and findings to people who could use that information to prevent similar research by others. The package that had started everything sits in my desk drawer now, containing evidence of surveillance that extends far beyond my own investigation, to include systematic monitoring of anyone who asks inconvenient questions about missing persons cases in the Northeast. I still write freelance articles for local businesses, still struggle with the financial uncertainty of independent journalism, still wonder which of my sources might be experiencing problems because I contacted them during research that was being monitored from the beginning. But I'm also aware that my investigation activities are being recorded, my communications are being monitored, and my research methods are being studied by people who turn curiosity about systematic problems into comprehensive intelligence gathering about the people asking questions. Have you ever wondered what happens in office buildings after everyone goes home? 2 months ago, I thought the answer was simple. Cleaners like me come in, empty the bins, hoover the carpets, and lock up. Now I'm sitting in a McDonald's car park in Birmingham at 3 in the morning, knowing that in roughly 18 hours, thousands of people on the dark web are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly preparing for weeks. I work for a commercial cleaning company called Spotless Solutions. We handle office buildings, retail spaces, and industrial sites across the West Midlands. It's night shift work, starting after business hours, finishing before the morning staff arrive. The pay isn't brilliant, but it's steady employment and the work is straightforward enough. Empty bins, clean toilets, vacuum floors, wipe down surfaces. Nothing complicated. 3 months ago, I was assigned to a new contract, a small office building in Solihull that housed various tech companies and startups. The building was modern, well maintained, and generally easier to clean than some of the older properties on my usual route. Most importantly, it paid better than average because the client had specific requirements about discretion and security. The building manager who showed me around was a woman called Sarah Chen. She explained that several of the companies working there dealt with sensitive projects and required enhanced security protocols. This meant signing additional confidentiality agreements, undergoing background checks, and following strict procedures about which areas I could access and when. Sarah was professional but friendly, taking time to explain the building's layout and the specific cleaning requirements for different areas. Some offices needed daily attention, others were cleaned weekly, and a few were marked as restricted access, requiring special permission and supervision to enter. The restrictions seemed reasonable for a building housing technology companies. The work itself was routine for the first few weeks. I'd arrive at 9:30, work through my assigned areas methodically, and finish by around 2 in the morning. The building was usually empty, except for the occasional programmer or designer working late, but they kept to themselves, and I kept to my cleaning schedule. About a month into the contract, Sarah started asking me to take on additional tasks beyond standard cleaning. Moving furniture in certain offices, rearranging equipment, testing that various devices were properly connected to power supplies. She offered overtime rates for this extra work, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The additional tasks were always in the basement level of the building, which housed what Sarah described as a media production company. The space had been fitted out with professional lighting equipment, multiple camera setups, and sophisticated computer systems that required careful handling during cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company created content for online platforms and needed their equipment maintained in specific configurations. This meant I couldn't just clean around things. I needed to understand how the setup worked so I could clean thoroughly without disrupting their technical arrangements. The basement studio was impressive, but oddly sterile. Professional cameras positioned at various angles around a central area that could be reconfigured for different types of filming. Lighting rigs that could create various moods and effects. Computer workstations with multiple monitors showing editing software and streaming interfaces. What struck me as unusual was how clinical the space felt. Most media studios I'd seen on television or in films had a creative, lived-in atmosphere. This felt more like a medical facility or laboratory. Everything precisely positioned. Surfaces that could be easily sanitized. Drainage systems that seemed designed for more than just normal cleaning needs. Sarah began training me to operate some of the equipment as part of my cleaning routine. Not for production purposes, she assured me, but so I could test that everything was functioning properly after cleaning sessions. Turn cameras on and off, adjust lighting levels, verify that recording systems were operational. Basic maintenance tasks that would help the production team prepare for their work. During these training sessions, Sarah would have me stand in various positions around the studio while she operated the equipment from the control area. She claimed this was necessary to test camera angles and lighting configurations, ensuring that the technical setup would work properly for the production team's projects. I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in the basement studio, learning to operate more sophisticated equipment and taking on responsibilities that seemed beyond normal cleaning duties. Sarah always had reasonable explanations. The production company paid premium rates for comprehensive maintenance, and my technical aptitude made me valuable for tasks beyond basic janitorial work. Around this time, I started noticing that the building's internet usage was unusually heavy during my cleaning shifts. Wi-Fi speeds would slow dramatically, sometimes to the point where my phone couldn't connect properly. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she explained that the production company often uploaded large video files during off-peak hours to take advantage of better bandwidth. I also began finding evidence of recent activity in areas that were supposed to be empty during my shifts. Chairs moved, equipment that had been repositioned, cleaning supplies that showed signs of recent use. When I asked Sarah about this, she mentioned that some of the companies had staff who worked very late or came in during unusual hours to avoid disruptions. The basement studio started requiring more frequent and thorough cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company had increased their output and needed more rigorous sanitation between filming sessions. This meant using industrial-strength cleaning products, sanitizing all surfaces, and ensuring that the space was completely sterile before each use. One night, while cleaning the basement studio more thoroughly than usual, I discovered equipment I hadn't seen before. Medical devices, restraint systems, and items that clearly weren't related to normal video production. When I asked Sarah about these additions, she explained that the production company had expanded into educational content about medical procedures and safety training. Sarah also began asking me to test new aspects of the studio setup, verify that restraint systems were properly secured, check that medical monitoring equipment was functioning correctly, ensure that various tools and devices were clean and ready for use. She framed these tasks as quality control for educational content production. The requests became more specific and frequent. Sarah needed me to test the studio's soundproofing by making noise at various volumes while she monitored from the control room. Verify that the ventilation system could handle different types of atmospheric conditions. Check that the drainage systems could manage various types of liquid waste. About 3 weeks ago, Sarah introduced me to what she called the final testing phase of my training. This involved me spending time in the central area of the studio while she operated all the equipment simultaneously: cameras, lighting, recording systems, and monitoring devices. She claimed this comprehensive test was necessary to verify that the entire setup worked correctly for the production company's most demanding projects. During these sessions, Sarah would give me detailed instructions about positioning, movement, and responses to various stimuli she introduced through the studio's technical systems. Follow scripted scenarios, react to different sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might respond to unexpected situations. She said this testing helped ensure that the studio could handle any type of educational content. The testing became increasingly intense and realistic. Sarah would simulate various emergency scenarios, test my responses to stress situations, and document my reactions to different types of physical and psychological pressure. She assured me this was all part of preparing the studio for realistic safety training content. Last week, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Sarah had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the computer monitors in the control room were showing more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens displayed what appeared to be dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts showing thousands of people watching live feeds. Sarah's production company wasn't creating educational content. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The basement studio was a red room, and I had been unknowingly preparing it for operation while gradually being trained to become its next victim. The weeks of testing had been conditioning sessions, documenting my responses to various situations and building anticipation among dark web viewers who had been following my story. My cleaning duties had been gradually transformed into preparation for my own broadcast, with each session bringing me closer to becoming content rather than maintenance staff. Sarah dropped all pretense of reasonable explanations when she realized I understood what was happening. She calmly explained that commercial cleaning provided perfect cover for red room operations. Cleaners work alone, have access to private spaces, and are expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. The enhanced security protocols, confidentiality agreements, and restricted access areas weren't about protecting technology companies. They were about maintaining operational security for dark web broadcasting. The basement studio had been designed specifically for creating authentic content using unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. My training sessions had been broadcast live to dark web audiences who paid premium rates to watch someone gradually discover their situation. The comprehensive testing, scenario simulations, and documented responses had all been content creation, building toward tomorrow night's final broadcast. I managed to escape while Sarah was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends throughout the building and beyond. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of my personal life during the months I worked there. Since leaving Solihull, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Sarah's operation. This morning, I received a package at the hotel where I'd been staying. A package containing cleaning supplies and a note explaining that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the conclusion of the Cleaner series. Sarah's audience had been following my story from the beginning, watching me unknowingly prepare the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. The note included detailed information about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving the building. They knew which buses I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd bought from various shops. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Sarah has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me operating cameras, testing equipment, and following her instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unknowing assistance. Spotless Solutions would have records of my assignment to the building, my regular presence there, and my involvement in technical tasks beyond normal cleaning duties. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Sarah's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The commercial cleaning cover provides perfect legitimacy. Who would suspect a janitorial service of facilitating dark web red rooms? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Cleaner series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves maintaining spaces become the victim of the very space they maintained. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Sarah's audience. I'm writing this from a McDonald's car park because it's one of the few places with 24-hour lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The cleaning supplies in this morning's package included a note with details about this location, suggesting their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond the office building. In approximately 18 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Sarah has demonstrated that her network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Sarah's operation probably targets multiple cleaning staff simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly preparing equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many commercial cleaning contracts might be cover for dark web activities? The cleaning industry provides perfect access to private spaces during off hours, with workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Sarah's technical expertise allows her to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using commercial cleaning as cover. Her business credentials provide legitimacy. Her security requirements deflect suspicion, and her resources allow her to maintain complex technical infrastructure. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Sarah's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought commercial cleaning could lead to this kind of danger. I thought the biggest risks were chemical exposure or workplace injuries. I never imagined that maintaining an office building could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months cleaning and maintaining the very equipment that's going to be used to kill me. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Clean. Sarah's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The cleaner becomes the one who needs cleaning up after, and there's no one left to empty that particular bin. The worst part about finding out your basement was used as a torture chamber isn't the bloodstains, it's realizing you helped pay for the soundproofing. 4 months ago, I was just a small-time landlord in Portsmouth, trying to make enough rental income to cover my mortgage payments. Now, I'm staying in a Premier Inn outside Winchester, and tomorrow the police are going to search the basement flat I've been renting out to what I thought was a quiet, professional tenant who's actually been broadcasting murders to dark web audiences while I collected rent money from upstairs. I inherited the house from my grandmother 2 years ago, a Victorian terrace that had been converted into 3 separate flats. The rental income from the upper 2 floors helps me pay the mortgage while I live in the main house. It's not a huge moneymaker, but it covers the bills and gives me some financial security in an uncertain economy. The basement flat has always been the most difficult to rent. It's below street level, doesn't get much natural light, and feels a bit cramped compared to the other units. Previous tenants usually moved out within 6 months, complaining about the atmosphere or finding somewhere brighter. I'd started to think it might remain empty long term. When Marcus Thompson contacted me about the basement flat, he seemed like the ideal tenant. Professional references, stable income from freelance consulting work, and he specifically requested a quiet, private space where he could work from home without disturbances. He was willing to pay 6 months' rent in advance and didn't mind the flat's limitations. Marcus explained that his work involved sensitive client consultations that required complete privacy and discretion. He needed soundproofing installed, which he offered to pay for himself, and requested that I minimize visits to the property unless there were genuine emergencies. This arrangement suited me perfectly, a reliable tenant who wanted to be left alone. The soundproofing work Marcus arranged was more extensive than I'd expected. Professional contractors installed industrial-grade acoustic materials throughout the basement flat, along with enhanced ventilation systems and what appeared to be specialized electrical work. Marcus assured me this was all necessary for his consulting business and that it would improve the property's value. After Marcus moved in, the basement flat became remarkably quiet. I rarely heard any activity from downstairs, which was exactly what he'd requested. He kept regular business hours, with occasional evening appointments, and maintained the property well. As far as tenancy arrangements go, it was ideal. Marcus also proved to be an excellent tenant in other ways. He always paid rent on time, never complained about minor issues, and generally required minimal management. He occasionally had visitors for what he described as client meetings, but they were always professional and discreet. The rental income was steady and reliable. About 2 months after Marcus moved in, he asked about making additional modifications to the basement flat. He wanted to install specialized lighting and upgrade the internet connection to support what he called high-bandwidth client communications. He offered to cover all costs and assured me the improvements would benefit future tenants. The internet upgrade was substantial: fiber optic cables, commercial-grade equipment, and backup systems that seemed excessive for normal home use. When I asked Marcus about the requirements, he explained that his consulting work involved real-time video communications with international clients who demanded professional quality connections. Marcus's business appeared to be thriving. He mentioned expanding his client base and taking on more complex projects that required enhanced technical capabilities. The basement flat was being equipped to professional standards that would allow him to offer premium services to demanding clients. Around this time, I started noticing unusual activity around the property. Delivery vans arriving at odd hours, often staying for extended periods, while Marcus supervised the unloading of equipment. When I asked about these deliveries, Marcus explained that his business required specialized equipment that needed careful handling and setup. The deliveries became more frequent and elaborate. Professional camera equipment, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer hardware that looked expensive and technical. Marcus assured me this was all legitimate business equipment necessary for his expanding consulting practice. I also noticed that Marcus had begun receiving visitors at unusual hours, late evening appointments that sometimes lasted until dawn, often involving multiple people who would arrive separately and leave at different times. Marcus explained that international clients required flexible scheduling due to time zone differences. The visitors were always discreet and professional, but something about their behavior seemed unusual. They would arrive with their own equipment, work intensively for several hours, then leave with everything they'd brought. Marcus described these as intensive consulting sessions that required complete focus and privacy. About 3 months ago, Marcus approached me about a different type of arrangement. He wanted to sublease the basement flat occasionally to other professionals who required similar facilities for their own consulting work. He offered to increase the rent substantially and assured me that all subletters would meet the same professional standards he maintained. The subletting arrangement seemed reasonable, particularly given the increased income it would provide. Marcus handled all the arrangements directly, screening potential subletters and managing their access to the property. I rarely saw these temporary tenants, but Marcus assured me they were all legitimate professionals. The subletting activity increased the overall usage of the basement flat, but it remained remarkably quiet thanks to the soundproofing Marcus had installed. Occasionally, I'd notice increased electricity usage or signs that multiple people had been using the space, but there were never any disturbances or complaints from neighbors. 2 weeks ago, everything changed when I received an unexpected visit from the police. They were investigating what they described as online criminal activity and had traced some suspicious internet traffic to my property. They asked detailed questions about my tenants and requested permission to examine the basement flat. The police examination revealed that Marcus's consulting business was actually a cover for something much darker. The basement flat had been converted into a sophisticated broadcasting studio designed for creating what they called dark web content. The soundproofing, lighting, and technical equipment weren't for legitimate consulting. They were for producing illegal streams. The investigators explained that the basement flat had been used to broadcast live violence to paying audiences on the dark web. The consulting sessions I'd observed were actually torture and murder sessions being streamed to thousands of viewers who paid to watch authentic suffering rather than staged entertainment. Marcus and his subletters hadn't been running a consulting business. They'd been operating a red room facility. The discreet professional visitors I'd seen were victims being brought to the basement for broadcasts. The extensive equipment deliveries had been setting up a professional murder studio in my own property. The police showed me evidence recovered from the basement flat, computer systems configured for dark web broadcasting, payment processing equipment for handling viewer subscriptions, and recording devices that had captured dozens of murder sessions over the months Marcus had been my tenant. Most disturbing was learning that I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic murder for entertainment. My rental property had become a venue for dark web red rooms, and I'd been collecting rent money from people who were using my basement to broadcast torture and death to international audiences. The investigation revealed that Marcus's operation was part of a larger network that specialized in using rental properties as temporary red room venues. They would rent properties from unsuspecting landlords, convert them for broadcasting purposes, then relocate before attracting suspicion. The police explained that landlords like me were ideal targets because we provided legitimate cover for their activities while having minimal oversight of what tenants actually did in rented spaces. The rental arrangement created a buffer between their operations and law enforcement, making it difficult to trace their activities. My property had apparently been selected because the basement flat provided the privacy and isolation necessary for red room broadcasting, while the conversion to multiple flats meant that unusual activity would seem like normal rental property management. Marcus had been specifically looking for this type of setup. The legal implications of the situation are complex. While the police don't suspect me of knowing participation, my property was used for serious crimes, and I potentially face civil liability from victims' families. The rental income I received could be characterized as proceeds from criminal activity. More immediately, the property has been sealed as a crime scene, while investigators gather evidence. I can't access my own home, can't collect rent from other tenants, and face substantial legal costs, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's real activities. The investigation has also revealed the scope of Marcus's network. Similar operations have been discovered in rental properties across southern England, all using the same model of targeting small landlords who wouldn't closely monitor tenant activities. I'm apparently just one victim in a much larger scheme. I've been staying in hotels while the investigation continues, unable to return home and uncertain about my legal and financial future. The police have warned me that the case will take months to resolve, and that I may need to testify about my unwitting involvement in facilitating the operation. The most horrifying realization is how easily I was manipulated into providing the perfect venue for systematic murder. Every reasonable request Marcus made, soundproofing, privacy, professional equipment, was actually preparation for broadcasting torture and death to paying dark web audiences. The rental income I thought was helping secure my financial future was actually payment for providing a murder venue. The quiet, professional tenant I appreciated was actually a killer who needed somewhere discreet to broadcast authentic suffering to international subscribers. Tomorrow, forensic teams will begin a detailed examination of the basement flat to gather evidence about the scope of Marcus's operation. They've warned me that the investigation will uncover disturbing details about what happened in my property while I lived upstairs, unaware of the horror taking place below. I keep thinking about all the victims who died in my basement while I went about my normal daily routine overhead. People were being tortured and murdered for entertainment while I watched television, cooked dinner, and slept peacefully, never knowing what was happening one floor below. The police have explained that Marcus's network specifically targets properties where landlords live separately from tenants, creating the isolation necessary for red room operations while maintaining the legitimacy of a normal rental arrangement. My Victorian terrace conversion was perfect for their purposes. I've been advised to contact a solicitor about potential civil liability and criminal implications, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's activities. The legal system struggles with cases where property owners unknowingly facilitate dark web crimes through legitimate rental arrangements. The financial implications are also substantial. Beyond legal costs, I face potential civil claims from victims' families, possible seizure of rental income received from Marcus, and the costs of restoring the property after forensic examination. My rental business may be effectively finished. I'm writing this from a premier inn outside Winchester, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and I'm allowed to return home. The police believe Marcus's network is still active and that my cooperation with the investigation may have made me a target for retaliation. The most terrifying thought is how many other landlords might be unknowingly hosting similar operations. How many rental properties across the country might house dark web red rooms? How many small landlords might be collecting rent from systematic killers without realizing what they're facilitating? The rental property market provides perfect cover for these operations. Legitimate business arrangements that create privacy and isolation while deflecting suspicion from criminal activities. Landlords like me become unwitting accomplices to horror we never suspected was happening. Marcus's network understood exactly how to exploit the rental system, targeting properties and landlords that would provide the cover they needed while minimizing the risk of discovery. The conversion to multiple flats, the basement location, my preference for hands-off property management, it all made my property ideal for their purposes. Tomorrow's forensic examination will reveal the full extent of what happened in my basement flat while I collected rent money from upstairs. But I already already know that I'll never be able to think of property rental the same way again. The landlord becomes an unwitting venue provider for systematic murder, and there's no way to unknow what your property was really used for. And somewhere out there, Marcus's network is probably targeting other landlords, looking for the next basement flat to convert into a dark web broadcasting studio. I never thought being a landlord could make me complicit in murder, but apparently collecting rent from the wrong tenant can turn your property into a venue for horrors you never imagined. I used to work in digital forensics. Not the glamorous kind you see on TV shows where they instantly break encryptions and enhance grainy photos into crystal clarity. My job involved the painstaking process of recovering deleted files, tracing digital footprints, and documenting evidence for court cases. Most of my career was spent helping corporate clients recover from data breaches, or assisting in divorce cases where one spouse suspected the other of hiding assets. Mundane stuff, really, until the Harmon case. Detective Harmon approached our firm after their department's tech specialist hit a wall. A college student had gone missing under suspicious circumstances, and they'd recovered the victim's laptop. The browser history had been meticulously scrubbed, but fragments remained in the cache, suggesting visits to Tor-enabled sites. The department needed someone with expertise in recovering digital breadcrumbs that existed beyond the reach of standard investigation techniques. That's where I came in. I'm not going to pretend I was unfamiliar with the dark web. Anyone who works in my field understands its architecture, even if they've never ventured there themselves. I knew about the marketplaces for illegal goods, the forums for exchanging information that wouldn't be welcome on the surface web, and the encrypted communication channels. But I also knew most of the horror stories people shared about the dark web were urban legends. Hidden servers streaming murders live for Bitcoin. Red rooms where viewers could direct torture. Those were digital campfire stories meant to scare the uninitiated. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Working from an isolated system in our lab, I began the process of reconstructing the student's digital trail. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect from a 20-year-old. Social media, streaming services, online gaming platforms, and academic research. But interspersed throughout were these brief sessions using the Tor browser, always late at night, always from the same location based on the network logs. The pattern suggested a ritual of sorts, something done in private, perhaps even secretively. After 3 days of careful analysis, I managed to recover fragments of an encryption key stored in a text file disguised as system data. The key itself was incomplete, but it gave me something to work with. I traced its digital fingerprint through the remnants of the browser cache and discovered what appeared to be a login credential for an Onion site. That's when my professional curiosity began to override my better judgment. I should have simply documented my findings and handed everything over to Detective Harmon. That would have been the proper protocol. Instead, I decided to follow the trail myself, just a little further. I told myself it was to ensure I was providing the police with actionable intelligence. In reality, I wanted to know what this student had found. What had drawn them into those late-night sessions? What might connect to their disappearance? I set up a secure, isolated machine specifically for this purpose. Multiple VPNs, traffic routing through several countries, disconnected from any of our firm's systems. Every precaution possible. The address recovered from the student's computer led to what appeared to be a forum, but access required both the encryption key I'd found and another credential I didn't have. A dead end, or so it seemed. Further analysis of the recovered data revealed communication with another user, someone who had apparently provided guidance on accessing certain areas of the dark web. I managed to find fragments of these conversations, not enough to identify the other party, but enough to piece together instructions for generating the second credential needed for the forum. It took another day of work, but eventually I had what I needed. I accessed the forum on my isolated machine. What I found wasn't immediately alarming. Discussions about privacy, cryptocurrency, philosophy. Nothing illegal on its face. But there was a section accessible only to users with a certain status. The missing student had apparently reached that status shortly before their disappearance. I couldn't access this restricted area, but I could see references to it in other conversations. Users spoke about observations and sessions in terminology that seemed deliberately vague. They discussed payment methods and scheduling. One thread mentioned preference settings and interaction parameters. All of it couched in ambiguous language that could have meant anything from watching academic lectures to something far more sinister. 2 weeks into my investigation, I received an unexpected message on the forum from a user named Artemis Prime. They wanted to know if I was interested in gaining access to the restricted section. The timing was suspicious. I hadn't been active enough on the forum to naturally attract this kind of attention. Either the forum had sophisticated security that had identified me as an outsider, or someone had been monitoring the recovery attempts on the student's computer and traced them back to me. Neither possibility was comforting. I created a plausible cover story and expressed interest. Artemis Prime explained that the restricted section hosted special live streams for members who had proven both their discretion and their financial commitment. The price for access was substantial, $5,000 in cryptocurrency. When I asked what kind of content these live streams contained, the answer was vague but unsettling. They offered interactive observation experiences that couldn't be found anywhere else. Viewers could influence outcomes in real time. I reported all of this to Detective Harmon, who brought in federal authorities. They advised me to maintain communication with Artemis Prime while they attempted to trace the user's location. For 3 days, I continued the conversation, expressing interest, but asking for more details before committing the money. Artemis Prime eventually offered me a free preview session scheduled for midnight the following day. Against the advice of the federal agents, I agreed to observe the preview. Their concern was that viewing any content might constitute criminal activity on my part, depending on what was shown. My argument was that we needed to know exactly what we were dealing with, and that, as a forensic investigator, I had viewed illegal content before when it was necessary for an investigation. Eventually, they relented, on the condition that I would terminate the connection immediately if the content clearly involved illegal activity. The night of the preview session, I sat in a secured room at the federal building, surrounded by agents specializing in cybercrime. My isolated laptop was connected to a larger monitor, so everyone could see what I was seeing, but the connection itself remained solely through my machine. At precisely midnight, I received a link from Artemis Prime, valid for 5 minutes only. The link led to a streaming page with minimalist design. Black background, a video player in the center, a small chat window to the right, a countdown timer showing 15 minutes. The video showed an empty room with white walls, a single chair in the center, nothing else. The chat window showed about 24 usernames, none recognizable. Most were strings of numbers and letters. No one was typing. 3 minutes into the stream, the door to the room opened. A figure entered, wearing a black hood that obscured their face completely. They carried a small digital tablet. The person sat in the chair, holding the tablet facing the camera. On the screen was today's date and time, along with a random string of characters that had been generated in the chat window seconds earlier. This was proof that the stream was live, not pre-recorded. The hooded figure set the tablet aside and pulled out a small card, which they held up to the camera. On it was written my username on the forum, along with the words, "Welcome to your preview." The federal agents exchanged concerned glances. This was meant specifically for me. The observers were being observed. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. The hooded figure simply sat there, occasionally checking the tablet. The chat remained inactive. Then, just as the countdown timer reached 1 minute remaining, the figure held up the tablet again. On it was a message addressed to me by my real name. Not my username, but my actual name. It listed my home address, the name of my firm, and the names of my family members. It ended with a simple statement. The preview isn't what we're showing you. It's who we're showing you to. The federal agents immediately terminated the connection and moved me and my family to a secure location. The investigation shifted from finding the missing student to identifying who was behind the stream and how they had obtained my personal information. Background checks were run on everyone at my firm, everyone involved in the investigation. Digital security experts examined every device I owned for breaches. A week into protective custody, we received the news. The missing student had been found alive. They had apparently gone off-grid voluntarily after being spooked by something they'd witnessed on the forum. When questioned about the restricted section and the live streams, they became agitated and refused to provide details. All they would say was that the streams weren't what people thought, that the real purpose was something else entirely. The federal investigation identified several members of the forum, including Artemis Prime, though no arrests were made. The official conclusion was that the forum was running an elaborate scam, charging significant amounts of money for staged extreme content that created the illusion of red rooms without actually committing violent crimes. The personal information they had about me had been gathered through social engineering and basic doxing techniques. The case was closed. The missing student was no longer missing. No laws had technically been broken. Life could go back to normal. Except it doesn't work that way. Not really. 2 months after returning home, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph showing the interior of my bedroom, taken from the perspective of the computer webcam. The metadata embedded in the image indicated it had been taken 3 days earlier at 2:17 a.m. I had been asleep in the bed visible in the frame. I immediately checked my computer for malware, replaced the webcam with one that had a physical cover, and installed additional security systems in my home. I didn't tell my family or the authorities about the photograph. There didn't seem to be a point. What could they do that hadn't already been done? A week later, another envelope arrived. This one contained a USB drive. Against all better judgment and professional protocols, I connected it to an isolated machine. It contained a single video file. The thumbnail showed the white room from the live stream. I didn't play it. I destroyed the drive and reinforced all of my digital security measures. The envelope stopped coming after that, but other things started happening. Small disturbances in my daily routine. Items in my home slightly moved from where I'd left them. The sense of being watched during my commute to work. A glimpse of a hooded figure in a passing crowd. Nothing concrete enough to report. Nothing I could prove wasn't my imagination working overtime. I started noticing patterns in the timing of these disturbances. They always happened on days when I'd used the internet for anything more sensitive than checking the weather. Online banking, emails containing personal information, searching for information related to security systems. Any of these would be followed by some small sign that I was being observed. 6 months after the investigation, I attended a cybersecurity conference in my professional capacity. During a panel discussion on privacy threats, one of the speakers made eye contact with me in the audience. I had never met them before, but something in their expression suggested recognition. After the panel, they approached me directly, leaned close, and whispered in my ear. No introduction, no preamble, just 5 words. They never stopped watching you. The speaker disappeared into the crowd before I could respond or ask questions. I left the conference immediately and spent the night systematically checking every device I owned, every account, every possible digital vulnerability. I found nothing unusual. Everything appeared secure. But that night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the distinct feeling of being observed. The room was empty. The webcam light was off. All was still. Yet the sensation persisted. I've since learned that what we discovered wasn't a red room in the traditional sense. It wasn't about watching violence or exploitation. It was something potentially more disturbing. A network dedicated to the comprehensive observation of specific individuals. The interactive element wasn't about directing harm, but rather about collectively monitoring, studying, and subtly interfering with the lives of targeted subjects. The missing student hadn't been a victim in the way we initially feared, but rather someone who had discovered the network and then been absorbed into it, becoming an observer rather than the observed. I've changed jobs since then, moved across the country, adopted rigorous privacy practices both online and offline. I use only cash when possible, avoid social media entirely, and regularly sweep my living spaces for surveillance devices. Most would call it paranoia. Perhaps it is, but I can't shake the certainty that I'm still being watched, that my every movement is being logged, analyzed, and shared among unseen observers who paid for the privilege of witnessing my slow psychological unraveling. The most unsettling realization came just last week. I was reviewing some old files from the investigation and noticed something I had missed initially. The timing of the students' late-night tour sessions perfectly matched periods when their webcam had been active, though no video chat applications had been running. They hadn't been watching something on those nights. They had been allowing themselves to be watched. Sometimes now, in moments of desperation or exhaustion, I find myself staring directly into my covered webcam and speaking to whoever might be on the other side. No response ever comes, but occasionally, within minutes of these one-sided conversations, my phone will receive a text message from an unknown number. The messages never contain words, just a timestamp, 2:17. I don't know how many others are out there, targets of this invisible audience. I don't know what they want or what purpose this elaborate system of observation serves. But I've come to understand one thing with absolute certainty. The most terrifying predators aren't those who want to harm you physically. They're the ones content to simply watch as the knowledge of their watching slowly destroys your sense of security, privacy, and ultimately your sanity. If you're reading this, I have one piece of advice. The next time you feel that inexplicable sensation of being watched when you're alone, don't dismiss it as imagination. Don't look around the empty room searching for hidden cameras. Instead, look directly into the devices you've willingly placed in your most private spaces. Wave hello. They've probably been watching you for quite some time now. It's funny how sometimes the most innocent decisions lead you down the darkest paths. Take my decision to become a night security guard at 34, for instance. I thought I was just taking a quiet job that would give me time to figure out what to do with the rest of my life after the redundancy from the council. Instead, I ended up discovering things about human nature that I wish I could forget. The job was at a small industrial estate in Coventry. Nothing glamorous, just a collection of warehouses and small manufacturing units that needed someone to walk around with a torch and make sure nobody was nicking anything. 12-hour shifts, 4 nights a week, decent pay for essentially doing nothing but staying awake and occasionally checking that doors were still locked. The site office had a proper security setup. Banks of monitors showing feeds from cameras dotted around the estate, a comfortable chair, and most importantly, a decent internet connection. Management had made it clear that as long as I did my hourly rounds and filed the incident reports, what I did with the rest of my time was my business. Perfect for someone trying to work out their next career move. Those first few weeks, I spent the quiet hours browsing job sites and updating my CV, but there's only so much career planning you can do at 3 in the morning before your brain starts craving something more stimulating. That's when I discovered online communities for night shift workers. Forums where security guards, hospital porters, warehouse staff, and various other nocturnal workers would gather to share stories and keep each other company during the long, empty hours. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the deeper parts of the internet. Not the obvious stuff that makes headlines, drug markets, and identity theft, but the more obscure corners where people gathered to discuss things that wouldn't be tolerated on mainstream platforms. Privacy advocates, political dissidents, people who valued anonymity above all else. The appeal was obvious. After spending most of my adult life in local government, where every email was monitored and every website visit was logged, the idea of browsing the internet without leaving digital footprints felt liberating. Like taking off a suit of armor you'd been wearing so long you'd forgotten it was there. The technical side wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. There were guides, tutorials, entire communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few nights, I had access to a parallel internet that existed alongside the one most people knew about, invisible and unregulated. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Forums discussing philosophy and politics, marketplaces selling legal but hard-to-find items, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate oversight. The criminal element was there certainly, but it felt more like a small part of a much larger ecosystem, rather than the dominant feature the media made it out to be. It was during my 3rd week of exploration that I stumbled across the discussion about live streaming. Someone in a privacy forum had posted a technical question about bandwidth requirements for real-time video over encrypted networks. The conversation that followed was academic in tone, but disturbing in content. They were discussing the feasibility of broadcasting live events to paying audiences without law enforcement being able to trace the source. Red rooms were mentioned only in passing, dismissed by most participants as urban legends that didn't match the technical realities of anonymous streaming. But one poster disagreed, claiming they'd encountered legitimate examples hidden deep within invitation-only networks. They refused to provide details, but something about their matter-of-fact tone suggested they weren't making it up. That comment stayed with me over the following nights. During my hourly rounds, walking between empty warehouses with only my torch for company, I found myself thinking about what might be happening in other buildings, in other cities, in other countries. places where people gathered to watch things that should never be filmed, let alone broadcast to paying customers. The search took longer than I'd expected. Every obvious lead turned out to be a scam or a honeypot. The deeper I dug, the more sophisticated the gatekeeping became. This wasn't just about knowing the right websites. It was about establishing credibility within communities that valued secrecy above all else. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. I'd been helping moderate a forum for night shift workers. Nothing dramatic, just removing spam and settling the occasional disagreement. When I received a private message from someone I'd never interacted with before. They claimed to appreciate my contributions to the community and wondered if I'd be interested in discussing more sensitive topics in a private channel. The conversation that followed was careful, coded, full of references I didn't understand, and questions designed to test my knowledge and intentions. Gradually, it became clear that they were evaluating whether I could be trusted with access to something most people would never see. The invitation, when it finally came, was for a private network that existed several layers deeper than anything I'd encountered before. Access was limited to verified members only, with new users requiring sponsorship from existing participants. The verification process was extensive. Proof of identity, background checks, even references from other members who could vouch for your discretion. It took nearly 2 months to gain full access, and by then I wasn't entirely sure I wanted it anymore. But curiosity had become compulsion, and the same methodical approach that had served me well in local government carried me through the final stages of the approval process. The private network was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 100 active users at most, but the content was unlike anything I'd seen before. They called themselves documentarians, claiming to preserve authentic human experiences that would otherwise go unrecorded. But the experiences they were interested in documenting were things most people would never want to see. The Red Room section was hidden within a subsection marked Live Archives. 3 different providers, each claiming to offer unscripted real-time content featuring genuine participants. The language was clinical, designed to maintain plausible deniability while making the actual service clear to interested viewers. I spent weeks researching the providers before making contact with one. Their operation appeared professional. Encrypted communications, scheduled sessions, technical support for viewers having connection issues. They operated more like a legitimate streaming service than the criminal enterprise I'd expected. The booking process was surprisingly straightforward. Payment handled through an escrow system that provided guarantees for both parties. I was provided with connection details and technical requirements for a session scheduled for the following Thursday at 2 a.m. When the time came, I found myself sitting in the security office, surrounded by monitors showing empty car parks and darkened warehouses, about to witness something I knew would change how I saw the world. The session began promptly at the scheduled time, connecting me to a live stream that took several minutes to stabilize through the encrypted network. The video quality was poor but functional, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty, while cameras captured the space from multiple angles. A chat interface allowed communication with other viewers, though the messages were sparse and cryptic. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room occasionally flickering as the stream quality adjusted. I was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of performance art, when a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. The man who entered was unremarkable, middle-aged, wearing simple clothing, moving with the casual confidence of someone in familiar surroundings. He spent several minutes adjusting equipment I couldn't see clearly, occasionally glancing at the camera as if checking the feed quality. Then he left, and we were back to watching an empty room. The waiting was almost worse than what came next. Other viewers were using the chat to place bets, make requests, discuss payment options for specific outcomes. I realized I was witnessing something that existed at the intersection of entertainment and crime, where the audience was complicit in whatever was about to happen. When the door opened again, there were two figures. The same man as before, now accompanied by someone much younger. A woman, early 20s perhaps, who seemed confused about where she was or how she'd gotten there. She looked around the room with growing alarm, taking in the cameras and bare walls and single chair with obvious distress. The chat exploded with activity. Dozens of messages appearing faster than I could read them. Viewers making suggestions and placing bets on what would happen next. Bitcoin addresses were being shared. Payments arranged in real time. I watched in horrified fascination as what I was witnessing transformed from observation into participation. The man guided the woman to the chair with gentle but firm insistence. She kept looking directly at the cameras, as if trying to understand what they were recording. Her expression shifted from confusion to fear as the reality of her situation became clear. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing, though I had no idea how to explain where I'd found it or whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I found myself paralyzed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The man began responding to requests from the chat. He would pause, read something on a screen I couldn't see, then nod or make adjustments to whatever he was preparing. The audience was directing the performance, choosing what happened next through their messages and payments. Then something changed. The steady stream of chat messages stopped abruptly, replaced by a series of warnings from different users. Abort session, abort session, abort session. The man looked directly at the camera, his expression shifting from professional calm to genuine alarm. He moved quickly to something off-screen, and within seconds the video feed cut out entirely. I stared at a blank screen showing only a connection error message. When I tried to reload the page, the entire site was gone. The private network, the forums, even my access credentials, everything had vanished as if it had never existed. Over the following days, I tried to convince myself that what I'd witnessed had been elaborate fiction, a performance designed to extract money from people curious about the darker corners of human nature. The production quality could have been achieved with basic equipment, and everything I'd seen could have been staged by competent actors. But I kept thinking about those final moments before the stream ended, the way the man's demeanor had changed when he'd seen those warning messages, the speed with which everything had shut down. It felt less like a show ending and more like an emergency evacuation. 2 weeks later, I noticed the van. It was parked across from the industrial estate entrance when I arrived for my shift on Tuesday night. Nothing unusual about that. People parked there regularly to use the cash machine at the petrol station next door. But this van was still there when I did my first round at midnight, and again at 1 o'clock, and again at 2. Through the security office windows, I could see it clearly in the light from the street lamps. Dark blue, no markings, windows tinted too dark to see inside. Just sitting there, facing the estate entrance, as if whoever was inside was watching for something, or someone. The van was there for 3 consecutive nights before it disappeared. During that time, I noticed other things. Cars that seemed to follow the same route past the estate at regular intervals. A jogger who ran the same circuit at 3:30 every morning, always glancing towards the security office as they passed. Small anomalies that individually meant nothing but together suggested a pattern. On the Friday night, after the van had finally gone, I received an email at my personal account. The sender was anonymous, the subject line blank. The message contained only a single line of text. "We know what you watched." Below that was an attachment, a photograph taken through the security office window, showing me sitting at the desk with my laptop open. The image was clear enough to make out details of the screen, though not clear enough to see exactly what I'd been viewing. I deleted the email immediately and ran every security scan I could think of, changed all my passwords, cleared my browsing history, even formatted the laptop's hard drive. But the damage was already done. Whoever had sent that message had been close enough to photograph me through the office window without triggering any of the motion sensors around the building. That was 6 months ago. I've changed jobs since then. Couldn't concentrate on the security work after that. Kept seeing suspicious vehicles that probably weren't there and hearing footsteps that were likely just the building settling. I work days now, in an office with other people around, where everything feels safer and more predictable. But I still get emails occasionally, never more than once a month, always from different anonymous addresses. Sometimes it's another photograph, my car in the supermarket car park, my flat building taken from across the street, me walking to work on Tuesday morning. Once, it was a copy of my employment records from the security company. Each one carries the same message. "We know what you watched." I don't know what they want from me. Money, silence, complicity. None of it would surprise me at this point. But I've learned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. And some audiences never stop watching, even after the show has ended. The thing that bothers me most isn't the surveillance or even the constant feeling of being monitored. It's knowing that somewhere out there, in windowless rooms with concrete walls and multiple cameras, things are still happening that should never be filmed, that people are still gathering online to watch and direct and pay for experiences that exist at the furthest edges of human cruelty. And now I'm part of it, whether I want to be or not. A witness who can't testify. A viewer who can't unsee. Connected forever to something I stumbled across during the long, quiet hours of a night shift in Coventry. Sometimes I wonder if that was always the plan. If the whole thing, the forums, the invitations, the careful vetting process, was designed not just to provide entertainment for paying customers, but to create a network of compromised witnesses, people who'd seen too much to ever feel completely safe again. People like me, who now understand that the worst monsters aren't hiding under beds or lurking in dark alleys. They're sitting in rooms just like the one I'm in now, watching screens that show things no human being should ever have to see. It takes a lot to get under my skin. Always has, even as a kid. Horror films, creepy stories around campfires, haunted houses at fun fairs. None of it ever really affected me. My friends used to think I was putting on a brave face. But the truth is, I just didn't find that stuff disturbing. I worked as a paramedic for 3 years in Manchester before switching to IT. So I've seen my share of real-life horror. Fictional scares just don't compare. But what happened last spring? Well, that's different. That's why I'm finally writing this down after months of sleepless nights. It started with a perfectly ordinary problem. My laptop, a hand-me-down from my older brother when he upgraded, was running slower than usual. Nothing dramatic, just the typical issues with an aging machine. Programs taking ages to load, videos stuttering, that maddening spinning wheel that never seems to stop. I'm relatively tech-savvy, enough to handle basic troubleshooting, but this was beyond the usual turning it off and on again fix. My brother had used it for graphic design work, so it was cluttered with programs and files I didn't need, but had been too lazy to clean up properly. I remember sitting at my kitchen table that evening, the overhead light casting harsh shadows and highlighting the coffee stains on the wooden surface. My flatmate was out for the night, some birthday drinks with colleagues, so the flat had that particular emptiness that makes ordinary sounds seem louder. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing outside, the clicking of my laptop's overworked fan trying desperately to cool down the processor. I decided to look for some free system optimization tools online. Nothing fancy, just something to clean up unnecessary files and maybe speed things up a bit. I should mention that I was on a fairly tight budget at the time. I'd just been made redundant from my tech support job. The company outsourced our entire department with barely 2 weeks' notice and was picking up freelance work while job hunting. Every penny counted, which is why I was trying to squeeze more life out of this laptop rather than replacing it. After some searching, I found a forum where people were discussing various optimization tools. One user had posted a link to what they described as a comprehensive toolkit that included several different programs bundled together: system cleaner, registry repair, driver updater, the works. It sounded exactly what I needed, and several other users had commented positively about it. I remember hesitating briefly. Free software bundles can be dodgy, but my frugal side won out. I clicked the link and started the download. While I waited, I made myself a cup of tea, absent-mindedly stirring in too much sugar as I scrolled through job listings on my phone. The wind had picked up outside, making the windows rattle slightly in their frames. Our flat was in an old Victorian conversion, full of character and drafts in equal measure. I pulled my hoodie sleeves over my hands, a habit from childhood that I'd never quite shaken. The download finished just as I was taking my first sip of tea, too hot, burning the tip of my tongue in that way that you know will annoy you for days. The installation process was straightforward enough. I clicked through the usual prompts, half reading the terms and conditions like most people do. In hindsight, I should have been more careful, more thorough. Maybe I would have noticed something. But then again, maybe not. Some dangers aren't clearly signposted. Once installed, the software opened to a simple dashboard showing various tools and options. I ran a system scan, which identified a surprising amount of junk files and registry issues. As it worked, I noticed my desktop now had several new shortcuts, typical for these kinds of bundles, which often install additional programs whether you want them or not. Most were labeled clearly registry cleaner, driver update, system monitor. But there was one that caught my eye because it seemed out of place. Just a simple icon labeled DNet Access. I hovered over it, trying to remember if I'd seen it during the installation process. The cursor seemed to lag slightly, which I attributed to the system scan running in the background. Curious, I double-clicked it. A small plain window opened with a loading bar and no other information. I waited, assuming it was some network diagnostic tool. After a few moments, the window changed to what looked like a login screen, but not for any service I recognized. The interface was minimalist, almost crude. Black background with simple white text, no graphics or branding. It requested a username and password, with a note below stating, "Guest access available." There was something oddly dated about the design. reminiscent of early internet pages before sleek interfaces became standard. I didn't have login credentials, obviously, so I clicked the guest access option. The screen changed again, this time showing what appeared to be a directory listing. Just file and folder names, no icons or preview options. The names were mostly strings of numbers and letters that meant nothing to me. I scrolled through, wondering what kind of program this was and why it had been bundled with system optimization tools. I noticed my tea had gone cold. The radiator beneath the window was making that knocking sound it always did when it first heated up, and I pulled my sleeves down again against the chill. Outside, the streetlights had come on, casting an orange glow through the thin curtains. I checked the time, just past 9, but it felt later somehow. As I scrolled through the directory, one folder caught my attention. Live streams. That seemed relatively normal compared to the cryptic names surrounding it. Thinking it might be some kind of media player or streaming service, I clicked it. The folder expanded to show several subfolders labeled by date. They followed a pattern of year, month, day, and the most recent was from that very day. Curiosity got the better of me, my greatest fault, according to my mother, and I clicked on that day's folder. Inside were more folders, these labeled with timestamps. Again, I selected the most recent, which had been created just minutes earlier. The application suddenly switched to what appeared to be a video player. The screen was black momentarily, then flickered to life, showing what looked like a clinical setting. White walls, bright overhead lighting, stainless steel surfaces. My first thought was that I'd somehow accessed some kind of medical education platform, perhaps left over from my brother's university days. He'd studied biomedical science before switching to graphic design, and I wondered if this was some archived lecture or demonstration. The camera angle changed, revealing more of the room. It resembled an operating theatre, but something wasn't quite right. It lacked the organized professional appearance of a hospital setting. The equipment looked medical, but was arranged haphazardly. And there was a person, a man, I think, lying on what appeared to be a modified examination table. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach then, a primal recognition that something was deeply wrong before my conscious mind had fully processed what I was seeing. I remember my fingers hovering over the trackpad, caught between the instinct to close the window immediately and a horrified paralysis that kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A figure moved into frame, wearing what looked like surgical scrubs and a mask. But again, not quite right. The mask wasn't medical standard, more like something you'd buy at a costume shop. They were pulling on latex gloves with deliberate, almost theatrical slowness. A chat window I hadn't noticed before was active on the right side of the screen, with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. My brain was desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe this was some kind of extreme performance art. Maybe a very realistic horror film being streamed. Maybe a simulation for medical or psychology students. Then the masked figure turned toward the camera and made a gesture that seemed like a greeting or acknowledgement. They moved to a small table beside them and picked up what appeared to be a scalpel. The chat window exploded with activity. I caught fragments of messages as they scrolled by, people expressing excitement, making requests, offering payment. With growing horror, I realized that the viewers weren't just watching this for educational purposes or even for some twisted entertainment. They were directing it, participating. The figure approached the table where the person lay. I could now see that the person was restrained, wrists, ankles, forehead bound with what looked like leather straps. They were conscious, eyes darting frantically, chest heaving with rapid breaths. There was no audio, but I could see their mouth moving behind some kind of gag. I felt physically ill. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage to move the cursor. I closed the window, then frantically looked for a way to uninstall the entire software bundle. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd seen, while simultaneously trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't acted. This wasn't simulated. The terror in that person's eyes was genuine. I was witnessing something happening in real time, something unspeakable. I managed to uninstall the software, my hand still trembling, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the room. I ran a virus scan immediately afterward, then another with different software. I deleted the original installation file and emptied my recycle bin. I cleared my browser history and cache, though I hadn't used the browser to access whatever that was. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clinical room, that masked figure, those terrified eyes. I kept telling myself to report it, but to who? And what exactly would I say? That I'd accidentally stumbled upon what appeared to be a live stream of torture, or worse, through some random software I'd downloaded. How would I explain that without sounding complicit somehow? And even if I did report it, what information could I actually provide that would help identify the location or the people involved? The next morning, I convinced myself that I needed more information before going to the authorities. I needed to understand what I'd found and gather some kind of evidence. It was a rationalization. I know that now. Part of me was morbidly curious, wanting confirmation that what I'd seen was real before, potentially making a fool of myself by reporting it. I created a virtual machine on my laptop, an isolated environment that wouldn't affect my main system, and reinstalled the software bundle. The DNet access shortcut appeared again. This time, I was more methodical, more careful. I took screenshots of everything, documented the directory structure, noted the timestamps. I didn't click on any live stream links, focusing instead on trying to gather information about what this service was and who was behind it. I discovered that DNet apparently stood for Dissection Network. There were archived files going back years, all organized by date and type of procedure. Reading the descriptions made me physically sick. I had to rush to the bathroom twice to vomit. This wasn't just some dark corner of the internet. It was an organized service catering to people with the most disturbing desires imaginable, allowing them not just to watch, but to direct acts of unimaginable cruelty. In a folder labeled Members, I found what appeared to be user profiles, usernames, countries, payment information. There were thousands of them from all over the world. I was documenting everything, planning to take it all to the police, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My IP address was listed in a file of recent access logs. Next to it was my approximate location based on that IP, the time I'd accessed the stream the previous night, and a status marked Tracked. I shut down the virtual machine immediately and physically disconnected my internet router. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. They knew I had accessed their service. They knew roughly where I was located, and they were tracking me. What followed were the most paranoid weeks of my life. I wiped my laptop completely, then sold it to a second-hand shop 2 towns over. I bought a new one with cash and never connected it to my home network. I stayed with a friend for a few days, making excuses about problems with my flat's heating. I considered going to the police multiple times but was paralyzed by fear, not just of the people behind that site, but also of not being believed or somehow being treated as a suspect myself. Eventually, I did make an anonymous report through an online portal, providing as much detail as I could remember without incriminating myself. I have no idea if anything came of it. I never heard anything on the news about a ring being busted or arrests being made. Sometimes I wonder if my report was even taken seriously, or if it just disappeared into a digital void. It's been 8 months now. I've moved twice since then. I use different coffee shops for internet access, never the same one too often. I've changed my phone number, my email addresses, even the name I use on social media. Probably excessive, but the fear lingers. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear someone trying the lock on my door. Sometimes I notice a car parked outside my flat for too long and find myself taking pictures of the license plate just in case. Most days I manage to convince myself that I'm safe, that they wouldn't bother with someone who stumbled across their site accidentally and only viewed it briefly. I tell myself they have bigger concerns than tracking down every random person who finds them. But then I remember that file with my IP address and that word, tracked. And the fear comes flooding back. I'm writing this not as some creepypasta story or urban legend, but as a warning. The dark web isn't just some mysterious bogeyman that people exaggerate about. There are corners of it where the most depraved acts imaginable aren't just fantasized about, but performed on demand for anyone willing to pay. And sometimes, the entrance to those corners isn't hidden behind sophisticated encryption or secret passwords. Sometimes it's just a shortcut on your desktop that you click without thinking. I've just heard a notification sound from my new laptop. An email has arrived. I haven't given this email address to anyone. The subject line is just a string of numbers. I'm afraid to open it, but more afraid not to. If you're reading this, it means I decided to share my experience. Or perhaps someone else found this document and decided it should be shared. Either way, be careful what you download. Be careful what you click. Some things you can't unsee, and some paths, once you've started down them, you can never fully leave behind. Wait, someone's knocking at my door. It's almost midnight. Nobody I know would visit at this hour without calling first. They're knocking again, harder now. I thought it was some twisted prank at first, until I saw the bruises on his face and the way he looked directly at the camera. Not past it, at me. I didn't even want to click the link, but he pushed for it. He said, "What's the worst that could happen?" I should have pushed back harder, said no, or just left. But I didn't. And now I see his face every time I close my eyes. I'd never really clicked with anyone like him before. Callum had this dry, brutal sense of humor, the kind where you're not sure if he's joking or just being a dick until he smirks. We met through this niche Discord server for analog horror fans, ended up on the same voice chat one night, stayed up till 3 a.m. talking about everything from cursed YouTube videos to those weird VHS argies no one finishes. It turned out we lived one town apart, about 20 minutes by train. After that, it wasn't just online anymore. We'd hang out, get takeaway, crash at each other's places. He always had something playing on his second monitor, usually unsettling internet rabbit holes or weird live streams from countries neither of us could pronounce. I quite liked the chaos, to be honest. He made everything feel more intense, more alive. But that edge, I didn't realize how real it would get. The last time I saw him was a Thursday. We were meant to meet up Saturday. He was supposed to help me move some furniture. but he ghosted. At first, I assumed hangover, or maybe he'd just forgotten. But then Sunday passed, then Monday. I went by his flat after work. Lights were off, curtains drawn, door locked. But outside there were 4 Uber Eats bags, one of them half split open. Ice cream melted through the bottom. I reported him missing Tuesday morning. The woman at the desk in the police station barely looked up, scribbled his name down, nodded like it was routine, like he was routine, said they'd log it and send someone round if anything came up. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about one of those bags of food, how the receipt had the wrong name. J something, not Callum, not even close. I went back to his flat the next day and just sat there across the street, watching. Then, late that evening, I got a message from his account. Just a single link. No words, no emojis, no subject. The URL was long and messy, no preview. But I recognized one thing, the string.onion buried inside it. I told myself maybe it was him messing with me, a prank, something he'd find hilarious later. I copied it, but I didn't open it. Not yet. I finally caved that Friday. I booted up Tor, pasted the link in, and just sat there watching it buffer. The site was crude. It had a black background, one embedded player, no controls, just a timer in the corner and a blank title bar. Then it loaded. It was him, Callum, sitting in a dark room, shirtless, pale, face swollen, lips split, and then he looked straight at the camera, not like he was looking at a lens, like he was looking through it, at me. I wasn't sure if it was a recording or not, so I screen recorded what I could. My hands were shaking so bad the mouse kept jittering. Soon after, I went back to the police. I thought it would be different this time. It wasn't. They asked why I had the footage, why I hadn't come in sooner. They even asked what my relationship with him was. And when I said we were friends, they paused. One of them asked, real quiet, "Just friends?" I walked out, deleted the screen capture from my phone on the way home. I was scared they'd take it, or worse, say I did something to him. I started staying at my parents'. They live outside town. No one knew I was there. I didn't post anything about it. I didn't tell anyone, and my phone stayed off most nights. But then, on Saturday morning, someone rang the bell. My mum called me to the door. "Did you order something?" I went downstairs to find her holding a parcel. No label, no address, just my name. Inside the parcel was a USB stick, nothing else. I didn't plug it into anything right away. I waited until later that day, until everyone had gone to bed. When it felt safe, I plugged it into my old laptop. It felt smarter. It has no Wi-Fi. After it had eventually loaded, the only file on it was a video. There was no title, just a date. The same day I got the message. I hesitated, but then I pressed play. It opened. It was me, sitting at my desk, staring at my monitor, typing. I didn't even remember that moment, but it was definitely me. I had the same clothes I usually wore at home, and the angle, someone had been in the flat across from mine, filming me, watching me. Then the camera cut, and I saw him again. Callum. He was on his knees, shaking. Behind him, there was a plastic sheet, a roll of duct tape, and something metallic, glinting. He tried to speak. His lips moved, but there was no sound. Then I saw it. A hand, just the edge of one, came into frame. And everything after that I should have looked away. I should have closed it, but I didn't. I couldn't. The moment he stopped breathing, the stream cut out. Back to black. They never found him. The police closed the case 2 weeks later. They declared it an unsubstantiated report, whatever that means. I wiped my all drives, burned the USB and switched phones. I'm not sure how much good it'll do. You don't have to listen to me. I realize I'm just a stranger to you, but if you ever get sent a Red Room link, even as a joke, don't click it. Just don't. I didn't think anything of the package at first. Just a padded envelope, no markings, no return address. But when I flipped it over and saw the tape, identical to the one from before, I froze. I knew what it was. Before I opened it, before I even picked it up, I knew exactly what it was. This whole thing started with Sam. He wasn't a drug addict or anything like that. He just liked weird stuff. Always had. If there was a limited edition or rare strain or some niche subreddit whispering about a plant you couldn't get on the regular market, he'd find it. That was kind of his thing. We'd met working the back shift at a call center. Just two guys taking breaks in the same smoke shelter every night. Over time, we started hanging out more. Shared music, talked about travel plans we'd never take, compared notes on which crypto wallets didn't suck. One night, he brought up the dark web. Not in a braggy way, just casually, like someone mentioning they'd bought a rare vinyl. He said he'd been browsing some lesser-known forums, looking for these exotic cannabis hybrids, stuff grown in places that didn't export, rare phenotypes with strange colors or effects. Some of it sounded made up. Blue leaves, flower that smelled like rust. One supposedly gave you lucid dreams for 2 nights straight. I didn't think he'd actually buy anything. I mean, we've all clicked too far down a rabbit hole at 2 a.m. But that's different from actually putting in your address and waiting for a stranger to mail you drugs. But he did. I was there, actually, at his place. We'd just ordered Chinese. He had his laptop open and was clicking through a market page. One I hadn't seen before. Everything about it looked off. The fonts were weird. The prices weren't in dollars or euros. And the descriptions were long, poetic, almost cryptic. It didn't read like a vendor trying to sell a product. It felt more like someone offering an experience. He bought one labeled The Hollow Root. I remember that name because it didn't sound like weed. It sounded like something you'd find in a cursed field or buried in a temple wall. But he bought it anyway. Transferred some Monero. Got the confirmation. Closed the laptop. I laughed it off. Told him it probably wouldn't arrive. Or if it did, it'd just be crushed oregano. But 5 days later, it showed up. That's when things changed. The envelope was thick, heavier than it should have been, wrapped in brown paper, taped with this strange patterned adhesive I'd never seen before. Gold markings over a red base, like something from a foreign postal system. Inside was a vacuum-sealed pouch and a smaller envelope, handwritten in a language neither of us recognized. It wasn't English, it wasn't French or Spanish, or anything European. The characters looked angular, stylized, Middle Eastern maybe, Arabic, I don't know. We looked it up online and couldn't find a match. The weed, if that's what it even was pitch black, like charcoal. It didn't even have the usual skunky smell. It was chemical, sharp, something between acetone and burnt leaves. I told him not to smoke it. I didn't like any part of this. He joked about it, but even he didn't seem entirely relaxed. That was the first time I saw hesitation in him. And he didn't hesitate often. He ended up trying it later that night after I left, sent me a message saying it gave him the most vivid dreams he'd ever had. Said he saw people, places, sounds he didn't recognize, but that they felt real. After that, he changed. He kept his curtains shut during the day, barely answered his phone. He said he felt like he was being watched, that cars were slowing down near his building, that he'd seen the same man 3 days in a row, walking past his flat, wearing mirrored sunglasses even when it rained. At first, I chalked it up to paranoia. Maybe the stuff he smoked messed with his head. But then I saw it too. Not the exact same guy, but a pattern. Middle-aged men, clean-cut, hanging around places that didn't make sense. In car parks, outside supermarkets. One of them stood across the street from my place for almost an hour. Didn't move, just leaned on a street pole like he belonged there. Then Sam disappeared. He didn't show up to work. His phone went straight to voicemail. I went to his flat, but no one answered. I called his parents. They hadn't heard from him either. 2 days later, I got a message from a number I didn't recognize. It was an address. I didn't go. I couldn't. But someone did, because the police found him later that week, barefoot, covered in bruises, barely speaking. He wouldn't tell anyone where he'd been. It took a few days, but eventually he opened up. Said he'd been grabbed off the street, blindfolded, driven somewhere. He heard accents, Middle Eastern maybe. He said they didn't hurt him at first, just asked questions about what he knew, who gave him access, whether he believed in sacrifice for a greater cause. They wanted him to join something, help spread something. He didn't get the full picture, but it was bad. Like terror cell bad. They let him go eventually, or maybe he escaped. That part never came out clearly. He said he ran through the woods until he hit a road, flagged down a trucker who didn't speak English. After that, he wasn't the same. He moved back in with his parents, stopped going online, barely spoke to anyone. I went to see him once, just once. He looked thinner, eyes sunken. He didn't smile, just kept his blinds shut, and the door chain-latched. He said he didn't feel safe, that he thought they were still watching him. 3 weeks later, he was gone. He left a note. I never read it. His parents did, but they wouldn't show anyone. They said it was better that way. That was 6 months ago. And now, standing in my hallway, holding this envelope in my hand, the same pattern tape, the same weight, the same faint chemical smell. I can't pretend it's over, because it just started again. I still can't quite believe how quickly things went from normal to absolutely terrifying. 2 months ago, I was just a minicab driver in Newcastle, trying to make ends meet after losing my warehouse job. Now I'm hiding in a service station near Durham, and tomorrow night I'm supposed to help transport someone to their death in a Red Room broadcast that I've been unknowingly facilitating for weeks. I've been driving for Galaxy cars for about 6 months. It's not glamorous work, late nights, drunk passengers, navigating through traffic for what works out to less than minimum wage most shifts. But after the warehouse closed down, it was the only job I could get that didn't require waiting weeks for security clearances or training courses. You just need a clean license, a reasonably decent car, and the ability to deal with difficult people. The job that changed everything started in early October. I got a call from the dispatcher about a regular booking, someone who needed transport twice a week, always the same route, always paid in cash. The customer was described as a professional gentleman who required discretion and reliability. The pay was better than usual, and regular bookings are gold dust in the minicab business. The passenger was a man in his 40s called Michael Stevens. He was always waiting outside when I arrived, always polite and professional, and never wanted to make small talk during the journey. The route was consistent: pick up from a residential address in Gosforth, drive to an industrial estate on the outskirts of the city, wait for about 2 hours, then drive him back home. Michael explained that he worked in media production and needed transport to a specialized facility where his company created content for online platforms. He said the work required unusual hours and that he preferred having a reliable driver rather than using different taxi services that might not understand his schedule. The industrial estate where I dropped Michael was one of those anonymous business parks filled with warehouses and small manufacturing units. The specific building he used was unmarked, with blackened windows and several high-end cars usually parked outside. During the 2-hour wait, I'd see other people arriving and leaving, all carrying equipment cases or technical gear. After several weeks of this routine, Michael started asking if I'd be interested in additional work. He needed someone to help with equipment transport, moving cameras, lighting gear, and computer systems between different locations. The pay was substantially better than driving, and Michael assured me the work was straightforward manual labor. I agreed to the additional work, partly for the money, and partly because I was curious about what kind of media production required such elaborate security and secrecy. Michael explained that his company created specialized content for niche audiences who paid premium rates for high-quality, authentic material. The equipment transport work involved loading and unloading professional-grade cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that seemed more advanced than anything I'd seen in normal television or film production. Everything was carefully packaged and required precise handling to avoid damage. Michael gradually introduced me to more aspects of his operation. He needed help setting up equipment in different locations, not just the industrial estate, but also residential properties and commercial spaces around Newcastle and the surrounding areas. The setups were always temporary, designed to be assembled quickly and dismantled without leaving traces. The locations varied, but they all shared certain characteristics: soundproofed rooms with controlled access, spaces that could be completely isolated from outside observation, and technical infrastructure that supported high-bandwidth internet connections. Michael explained that this variety was necessary for creating diverse content that would appeal to different audience preferences. As weeks passed, Michael began explaining more about his business model. His company produced what he called authentic interactive content for online platforms that specialized in realistic, unscripted material. Viewers paid substantial amounts for access to live streams that felt genuine rather than obviously staged or performed. The technical requirements for this content were demanding: multiple camera angles, professional lighting that could be adjusted in real time, audio systems that captured every detail, and streaming infrastructure that could handle thousands of simultaneous viewers without interruption. Michael's operation was sophisticated enough to meet these standards consistently. Michael also started discussing the importance of finding suitable performers for his content. He explained that the most valuable material featured people who provided authentic reactions to various situations. Viewers could distinguish between obvious acting and genuine responses. So his company specialized in creating scenarios that produced real emotions and reactions. About a month into the equipment work, Michael asked if I'd be interested in a different type of assignment. He needed someone to help with what he called scenario testing, essentially helping to verify that technical setups would work correctly for live broadcasts. The pay for this work was even better, and Michael assured me it was just technical verification rather than actual content creation. The scenario testing involved me spending time in the prepared spaces, while Michael operated the equipment from control rooms. He would test camera angles, audio levels, lighting configurations, and streaming quality by having me move through different positions and respond to various prompts he provided through the technical systems. Michael explained that this testing was essential because his audience expected flawless technical quality. Any problems with audio, video, or streaming could ruin the viewing experience and damage his company's reputation. The testing sessions helped ensure that everything would work perfectly during actual broadcasts. The testing became increasingly elaborate. Michael would simulate various scenarios, test my responses to different types of stimuli, and document my reactions to unexpected situations. He said this comprehensive testing helped his company understand how their technical setups would perform under the stress of live broadcasting. During these sessions, Michael would give detailed instructions about timing, positioning, and responses to different cues, follow specific movement patterns, react to various sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might behave in challenging circumstances. He claimed this testing helped optimize the technical systems for capturing authentic human responses. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Michael had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the monitors in the control room were displaying more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens showed dark web streaming platforms with view accounts, indicating thousands of people watching live feeds. Michael's media production company wasn't creating content for mainstream online platforms. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The spaces I'd been helping to set up were red rooms, and I had been unknowingly preparing them for operation, while gradually being recruited as their transport coordinator. The weeks of scenario testing had been training sessions, teaching me the locations and procedures I'd need to know as their logistics coordinator. My equipment transport and setup work had been gradually transformed into preparation for facilitating actual Red Room operations, moving victims and managing the technical infrastructure. Michael dropped all pretense when he realized I understood what was happening. He calmly explained that minicab drivers were ideal logistics coordinators for his operation. They could transport victims without raising suspicion, had legitimate reasons for visiting multiple locations, and could move equipment between sites as part of their normal work routine. The industrial estate facility was just one node in a larger operation that used multiple locations across the Northeast. Michael's company specialized in identifying and recruiting people whose jobs provided cover for the gradual conditioning process required to create authentic dark web content. My scenario testing sessions had been training me for tomorrow night's operation. I'd been learning the procedures for transporting unwilling victims, understanding the technical requirements for live broadcasts, and becoming familiar with the security protocols necessary for avoiding detection during actual Red Room events. I managed to escape while Michael was distracted with technical preparations, but I know his surveillance network extends far beyond the locations I'd visited. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements through the minicab company's GPS systems, and building detailed profiles of my personal life. Since leaving Newcastle, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to my phone despite changing numbers, people who seem to recognize me at petrol stations and service areas, evidence that my movements are being tracked through methods I don't understand. Yesterday, I received a package at the bed and breakfast where I'd been staying. A package containing a sat-nav device that showed tomorrow night's pickup location and delivery route. Michael's operation had been preparing for months, and they expected me to transport their next victim to the prepared Red Room facility. The package included detailed information about tomorrow's victim, a young woman who had been selected and prepared through their recruitment network. They knew her routines, her vulnerabilities, and exactly how to get her into my car without raising suspicion. My role was to collect her and deliver her to the broadcast location. I could go to the police, but Michael has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Galaxy Cars would have records of my regular bookings, my involvement in equipment transport, and my participation in what they would call training sessions that could be presented as voluntary preparation for criminal activity. Security cameras at the various locations would show me helping to set up equipment, following Michael's instructions, and participating in what could be characterized as preparation for facilitating kidnapping and murder. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly working as a logistics coordinator for dark web Red Room operations. Michael's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The minicab industry provides perfect cover. Drivers regularly visit unfamiliar locations, work irregular hours, and have legitimate reasons for transporting equipment and spending time in industrial areas. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch what Michael's audience has been anticipating for weeks. They've paid to see a carefully planned abduction and murder, and they expect their logistics coordinator to deliver the victim as promised. My months of unknowing preparation have led to this moment. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's one of the few places with constant lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The sat-nav device included details about tomorrow's victim and pickup location, suggesting their operation extends to surveillance and recruitment networks I never suspected. In roughly 20 hours, I'll have to decide whether to collect the victim they've assigned me or refuse to participate and face the consequences. But Michael has demonstrated that his network can track me across multiple counties, and they have evidence that could destroy my life even if I don't complete tomorrow's assignment. The most terrifying realization is that Michael's operation probably uses multiple drivers simultaneously. How many other minicab drivers might be unknowingly transporting victims to Red Room facilities? How many regular bookings might be training operations for logistics coordinators who don't understand what they're really facilitating? The transport industry provides perfect access to isolated workers who visit unfamiliar locations, handle sensitive cargo, and are expected to maintain discretion about their passengers and destinations. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Michael's technical expertise allows him to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using legitimate transport needs as cover. His business credentials provide credibility, his security requirements deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain operations across multiple locations. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as featuring a carefully orchestrated abduction using their trained logistics network. Michael's audience values the meticulous planning and professional execution that their driver coordination system enables. I never thought driving a minicab could lead to this kind of moral crisis. I thought the biggest risks were difficult passengers or road accidents. I never imagined that regular bookings could lead to becoming complicit in someone else's murder. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months learning to become an accomplice to murder without knowing what I was training for. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled Perfect Delivery. Michael's audience is expecting a flawless abduction executed by their professionally trained logistics coordinator. And an innocent woman is going to die because I helped build the system that will kill her. The driver becomes the deliverer of death to someone who has no idea what's coming. And I still don't know if I'll show up or let them destroy my life for refusing to complete the delivery. Imagine discovering that your teenage daughter knows more about the darkest corners of the internet than you could ever comprehend, and that her knowledge isn't theoretical. I teach journalism at Leeds University, specializing in digital media ethics. It's the sort of academic position that sounds more exciting than it actually is. Mostly grading essays about social media responsibility and explaining libel law to students who think Twitter is a primary source. My expertise extends to understanding how information spreads online, but I'd never ventured beyond the surface web until my daughter forced my hand. Emma came home from sixth form last autumn with what she called a special project. She'd convinced her media studies teacher to let her write about online anonymity and digital crime for her A-level coursework. The teacher had approved it, thinking she'd write about cyberbullying or identity theft, the usual teenage internet horror stories. Emma had something much more ambitious in mind. She asked me to help her access what she called the hidden internet. She knew I'd written academic papers about digital journalism and assumed I'd have the technical knowledge to guide her research. The truth was, I understood the theory, but had never actually explored these networks myself. Still, she was my daughter, and this was legitimate academic work. How dangerous could supervised research really be? We spent an evening setting up the necessary software on her laptop. Emma was surprisingly well informed about the process, mentioning specific browsers and security protocols that I had to look up as we went along. She claimed to have learned everything from YouTube tutorials and online forums, but her knowledge seemed more comprehensive than casual research would explain. Her project proposal was methodical and well structured. She wanted to document how illegal marketplaces operated, how anonymity was maintained, and how law enforcement attempted to monitor these activities. She planned to observe and document, not participate. It seemed like exactly the sort of investigative work that would impress university admissions committees. The first few weeks went smoothly. Emma would spend a couple of hours each evening browsing various sites, taking screenshots, and making notes about what she observed. She showed me drug marketplaces, weapon sales, and document forgery services. Everything was exactly what I'd expected. Seedy, obviously illegal, but ultimately just digital storefronts for familiar crimes. She was particularly interested in how these sites built trust between anonymous users. She documented reputation systems, escrow services, and community guidelines that governed illegal transactions. Her analysis was sophisticated, noting how these platforms replicated legitimate e-commerce features while operating completely outside legal frameworks. Then she discovered the entertainment sections. Emma mentioned them casually during one of our research sessions, describing live streaming services that offered what she called extreme content. She was vague about specifics, focusing instead on the technical aspects: how payments were processed, how viewers were verified, how streams were protected from outside monitoring. I should have been more curious about her evasiveness. Emma had been remarkably detailed about everything else she'd encountered, but when discussing these streaming services, she became almost professionally distant. She spoke about them like a researcher cataloging specimens, not a teenager encountering disturbing material for the first time. Her coursework notes from this period show a troubling shift in focus. Instead of broadly documenting illegal activities, she began concentrating specifically on what she termed interactive entertainment platforms. Her research became more targeted, more technical, and considerably more secretive. She stopped showing me her daily findings, claiming she needed to organize her material before sharing it. When I asked direct questions about what she was discovering, she'd deflect by discussing technical challenges or asking about legal frameworks surrounding digital evidence collection. Around Christmas, Emma's behavior started changing in subtle ways. She became more withdrawn, spending longer periods alone in her room. She'd always been somewhat solitary, but now she seemed actively to avoid family interaction. When she did engage in conversation, she seemed distracted, as though part of her attention was always elsewhere. Her sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I'd hear her moving around the house at 2 or 3 in the morning, using the kitchen or bathroom with the careful quietness of someone trying not to wake others. When I mentioned this, she claimed to be working on her project during late-night hours when internet connections were more stable. In January, she asked me about legal protections for journalists and researchers. Specifically, she wanted to know about circumstances where witnessing illegal activity might require reporting to authorities, and what protections existed for academic research that involved observing criminal behavior. I explained the general principles. Journalists had some protections for source confidentiality, but no absolute immunity from reporting serious crimes. Researchers were expected to maintain ethical boundaries and weren't protected from prosecution if they participated in illegal activities rather than simply observing them. Emma listened carefully and asked several follow-up questions about where exactly the line existed between observation and participation. She seemed particularly interested in scenarios where researchers might influence events they were supposedly just documenting. Her questions made me uncomfortable, but I assumed they were theoretical concerns for her coursework. I encouraged her to discuss any ethical dilemmas with her teacher or the University Ethics Board if she was considering more advanced research. February brought the first real warning sign that something was seriously wrong. Emma received a package addressed to her personally, delivered by private courier rather than regular post. When I asked about it, she claimed it was research material she'd ordered online. The package was small, roughly the size of a smartphone box, but she handled it with unusual care and took it directly to her room. Later that day, I noticed she'd rearranged her bedroom setup. Her laptop was now positioned differently, with what looked like additional equipment connected to it. When I asked about the new hardware, she explained that she needed better audio recording capabilities for her project. The equipment didn't look like standard recording gear. There were small cameras, additional monitors, and what appeared to be professional-grade lighting equipment. For a project that was supposed to involve observing existing content, she seemed to be setting up for content creation. Around the same time, Emma began receiving phone calls from unknown numbers. She'd always answer them privately, usually taking the calls outside or in her room with the door closed. The conversations were brief, and she never volunteered information about who was calling or why. When I asked directly, she claimed they were interviews with academic contacts she'd found. Through her research, she said she was speaking with digital rights activists and cybersecurity researchers who preferred telephone communication for security reasons. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about her demeanor during these calls troubled me. She seemed nervous rather than excited, as though the conversations were stressful rather than informative. In March, Emma asked for help accessing university library databases that required staff credentials. She needed academic papers about legal precedents for digital evidence and international jurisdiction issues surrounding online crimes. The research she was requesting seemed far beyond the A-level requirements. She was looking for case studies involving cross-border prosecution of internet crimes, specific technical details about how digital evidence was collected and verified, and legal analysis of situations where criminal activity was documented by civilians. I helped her access the databases, but I began reviewing the papers she was downloading. The material was genuinely academic, but it painted a disturbing picture of her research interests. She was clearly preparing for scenarios that went far beyond passive observation of illegal activities. One evening in early April, while Emma was out, I decided to examine her laptop more closely. I know this violated her privacy, but her behavior had become concerning enough that I felt parental supervision was warranted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Her browser history showed dozens of visits to sites I'd never heard of, with names that suggested extremely disturbing content. But more troubling were the accounts she'd created on various platforms, accounts with usernames and profile information that suggested she wasn't just observing these communities. She'd been actively participating in discussions about what appeared to be live-streamed violence. Her posts showed detailed knowledge of how these streams operated, who organized them, and how viewers could influence what happened during broadcasts. Most disturbing were her private messages with other users. The conversations suggested she'd moved beyond research and begun actively engaging with people who organized and participated in these activities. Some messages included references to meeting in person and participating in what they called production activities. The timeline of these communications showed a clear progression from curious observer to active participant over the course of several months. By the most recent messages, Emma was discussing specific dates, locations, and her potential role in upcoming events. I sat in her room for nearly an hour, reading through months of communications that revealed my daughter had become involved in something far more serious than academic research. The technical equipment in her room wasn't for recording observations, it was for broadcasting content. When Emma returned home that evening, I was waiting in the kitchen with printouts of her most concerning communications. I decided that direct confrontation was the only option remaining. Her reaction was not what I'd expected. Instead of denial or defensiveness, Emma seemed almost relieved that I'd discovered her activities. She sat down across from me and calmly began explaining what she'd been doing for the past several months. She confirmed that her project had begun as legitimate research, but she'd been recruited by people who recognized her intelligence and academic approach to understanding their operations. They'd offered her opportunities to move from observer to participant, initially in minor technical roles. Emma described how she'd been gradually introduced to more serious activities, always with the assurance that her involvement was minimal and primarily technical. She'd been told that her academic background made her valuable for documentation and analysis, rather than direct participation in what she carefully termed the entertainment aspects. She explained that the equipment in her room was for quality control and technical support, rather than primary content creation. Her role was to monitor streams, manage viewer interactions, and ensure technical problems were resolved quickly. Emma spoke about all of this with disturbing matter-of-factness, as though she were describing a part-time job, rather than participation in serious criminal activity. She seemed to view her involvement as a natural progression from research to practical application of her knowledge. What made her explanation most chilling was her obvious intelligence and careful consideration of legal and ethical implications. This wasn't a naive teenager being manipulated by criminals. This was someone who understood exactly what she was involved in and had made calculated decisions about her level of participation. She'd researched legal precedents, understood jurisdiction issues, and carefully structured her involvement to minimize personal risk while maintaining plausible deniability. Her academic approach to criminal activity was more disturbing than simple recklessness would have been. Emma finished her explanation by noting that she'd been expecting this conversation for several weeks. She'd known her activities would eventually be discovered and had prepared responses to the questions she anticipated I'd ask. She had plans for managing the situation, including strategies for ending her involvement if necessary, and methods for ensuring that any evidence of her participation would be difficult to verify or prosecute. We sat in the kitchen until nearly 3 a.m, discussing her involvement in activities I could barely comprehend. Emma answered my questions with clinical precision, explaining technical details and legal considerations with the expertise of someone who'd spent months studying every aspect of what she was doing. By the end of our conversation, I understood that my daughter had become someone I didn't recognize. The intelligent, methodical approach that had always made me proud of her had been applied to activities that horrified me. Emma went to bed that night with the promise that we'd continue our discussion the following evening. She seemed confident that she could convince me her involvement was manageable and that the risks were acceptable given the financial and educational benefits she was receiving. I stayed awake until dawn, trying to decide what options were available to me. Calling the police would certainly end Emma's involvement, but it would also destroy her future and potentially put her in physical danger from people who trusted her with sensitive information. Attempting to force her to stop might simply drive her activities underground, making them more dangerous and removing any possibility of monitoring or influencing her choices. The most disturbing realization was that Emma was probably right about the legal risks. Her involvement had been carefully structured to avoid direct participation in the most serious crimes, and her academic credentials provided plausible explanations for much of her knowledge and activity. 3 days later, Emma left for what she claimed was a university visit in Birmingham. She took the train on Friday morning, planning to return Sunday evening after attending information sessions and campus tours. She never came back. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts were deactivated the day she left. The university she claimed to be visiting has no record of her registration for any information sessions. The equipment in her room is gone, along with her laptop and most of her personal belongings. She left behind only her school textbooks and a note saying she'd contact me when it was safe to do so. It's been 8 months since Emma disappeared. I've reported her missing, but without evidence of foul play. The police investigation has been minimal. A 17-year-old who left voluntarily with her own belongings and documentation isn't considered high priority. I've tried to trace her digital activities, but the accounts and platforms I discovered have either been deleted or require technical access I don't possess. The academic research that started everything is still on our home computer, but it reveals nothing about where she might have gone or who she might be with. Sometimes I receive text messages from unknown numbers with just a few words confirming that she's safe. The messages come from different locations around the country, never the same number twice, always brief enough to avoid meaningful conversation. I know Emma is alive and apparently unharmed, but I don't know what she's become or whether I'll ever see her again. The intelligent, methodical daughter I raised has disappeared into a world I helped her access, using skills I encouraged her to develop. The worst part is knowing that everything she did was logical and well planned. Emma didn't stumble into danger through poor judgment or teenage impulsivity. She made careful, calculated decisions that led her away from everything I thought we'd built together. Her A-level coursework is still in her room. 90 pages of detailed analysis about digital crime and online anonymity. It's brilliant work, demonstrating exactly the sort of critical thinking and research capability that should have led to university admission and a successful academic career. Instead, it reads like a manual for everything that happened afterward. I'd always considered myself pretty ordinary, someone who mostly kept to themselves, not particularly adventurous or prone to risky behavior. My daily routine was predictable. Work at the accounting firm, grab takeout on the way home, watch Netflix until I fell asleep on the couch. Friends would joke that I was the most boring person they knew, and honestly, I wore that label like a badge of honor. The idea of venturing onto the dark web wasn't something I'd considered seriously, not until boredom set in one particularly dreary weekend in October. Rain hammered against my apartment windows with relentless persistence. I'd already binged through 3 seasons of a mediocre crime drama, ordered pizza for the second night running, and found myself staring at my laptop screen with nothing left to occupy my restless mind. A few beers deep and curiosity nagging at me, I stumbled onto a vague forum post about hidden internet curiosities while browsing a tech subreddit. That's what they called them, curiosities, as if they were quaint, harmless antiques rather than the disturbing realities I'd soon uncover. The comments were a mix of skepticism and intrigue, with several users sharing cryptic links that made my pulse quicken with unfamiliar thrill. What started as idle clicking soon became methodical exploration. I downloaded Tor, configured my VPN, and followed increasingly complex instructions posted by anonymous users. Hours passed unnoticed as I navigated through forums dedicated to everything from cryptocurrency trading to philosophical discussions that seemed to exist in their own linguistic bubble. After poking around aimlessly, clicking through sites filled with broken images and unsettling chat rooms, I finally landed on something intriguingly cryptic. It was a minimalist web page. Stark black background with just a single white input box centered perfectly and a simple instruction. Enter invitation code to proceed. The page felt deliberately vague, designed to discourage casual browsers. Something about its austere design suggested serious purpose, as if whoever created it wanted only those truly committed to finding it. Feeling foolishly confident after my evening of successful navigation, I copied a random alphanumeric sequence I'd glimpsed on an earlier forum and pressed enter. The screen shifted, and suddenly I was faced with a live video feed. At first glance, it seemed innocent enough, just grainy footage from what looked like someone's bedroom. There was a bed with rumpled sheets, a cluttered desk illuminated by lamplight, and a wardrobe with one door slightly ajar. Everything appeared mundane and unremarkable. Then I noticed the angle. High, looking down from the corner like a security camera. Clearly some hidden setup. The positioning was too perfect, too deliberate to be accidental. Someone had installed this with careful planning, choosing the optimal vantage point to capture every corner of the room. Initially, nothing happened. Minutes passed with just the faint background sound of distant traffic. The room remained empty, frozen in time. Boredom crept back, but then movement caught my eye. A man walked into frame. He was average looking, probably mid-30s, with thinning brown hair and the slight stoop of someone who spent too much time hunched over computers. He wore a faded t-shirt and jeans, moving with the unconscious ease of someone in their most private sanctuary. He sat at the desk and opened his laptop, completely oblivious to the fact he was broadcasting to unknown viewers. My discomfort grew as I realized I was inadvertently spying on someone's private life. My gut told me to close the window, but that dark curiosity kept my eyes locked on the screen. Then, a small pop-up window appeared with a countdown timer, its red digits glowing ominously. A strange tension filled my chest as the numbers silently ticked down from 60 seconds. When it reached 0, another message appeared. Tonight's game has begun. Within minutes, the site's layout shifted. Chat messages began scrolling along the side of the video feed in a constant stream. Anonymous viewers were commenting in real time, their words creating a running commentary on the unsuspecting man's actions. "He always sits there first," wrote Darkwatcher47. "New viewer count, 847, noted system admin. "Ready to play?" demanded Impatient One. The casualness was the most chilling aspect. These people discussed watching someone from behind a hidden camera as if it were routine entertainment. Then another interface element appeared, a sleek black box titled Choose an Action. My pulse quickened as the viewers began voting on disturbing options. Make a noise, unlock a door, cut the power. Unlock a door won by a significant margin. Seconds later, I heard a distinct mechanical click through my headphones. The man heard it too, his head snapping up with immediate alertness. He approached his bedroom door cautiously. When he tested the handle, it swung open freely, a door that had presumably been locked moments before. His confusion morphed into fear as he stepped into the hallway, checking around urgently before returning, visibly shaken. He tried to focus on his laptop, but kept glancing nervously at the door. The chat rejoiced. Another vote appeared. Knock loudly. Flicker lights. Call his phone. Knock loudly was chosen swiftly. 3 sharp, deliberate knocks echoed through the speakers. The man jumped up, now visibly terrified, moving frantically around his apartment, checking windows and locks with desperate precision. But then something unexpected happened. Instead of another vote, a single message appeared in the chat from system admin. Special viewer milestone reached, unlocking premium features. The interface changed completely. New options appeared that made my blood freeze. Release the photos, send the message, activate sleeper. The chat exploded with excitement. These weren't random pranks. This was systematic, organized, personal. Someone had been preparing for this moment, building towards something far worse than harassment. Send the message, won overwhelmingly. The man's laptop screen suddenly blazed with light. His face went white as he read whatever had appeared there. Then he began shaking his head, backing away from the desk, as if the computer had become dangerous. He grabbed his phone with trembling hands, dialing frantically. "Please," he said into the phone, his voice breaking through the audio feed. "You said you'd leave me alone if I..." The line went dead. He stared at the phone in horror, then at his laptop screen. Whatever he saw there made him sink into his chair, defeated. For the first time, he looked directly up at the camera, as if he'd always known it was there. "I can't," he whispered to the lens. "Not again." The chat went silent. Then came the final vote, with only one option: consequences. I watched in absolute horror as the live feed split into multiple views. The bedroom camera, a hallway camera I hadn't seen before, and what looked like feeds from outside his building. This wasn't random voyeurism. It was a carefully orchestrated trap that had been closing around him for who knows how long. The man sat frozen, staring at his laptop screen. On my screen, a countdown appeared. 000500, and ticking down. Then, without warning, my screen went black. A single line of text appeared. Session ended. Welcome to the Watchers. My browser closed itself. My laptop shut down completely. In the darkness of my apartment, I realized the rain had stopped, but I could hear something else now. Footsteps in the hallway outside my door. 3 deliberate knocks echoed through my apartment, and I understood with perfect clarity that I had never been watching at all. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, especially when you're stuck indoors with nothing but painkillers and time to kill. I'd been laid up for about 3 weeks after having my appendix out. One of those emergency surgeries that goes from feeling fine in the morning to being wheeled into theatre by evening. The operation went smoothly enough, but the recovery was taking longer than expected, and I was getting proper cabin fever being stuck in my flat in Brighton, with nothing to do but watch television and scroll through my phone. The first week was bearable. Plenty of people visiting, get-well cards to read, catching up on shows I'd been meaning to watch. But by the second week, the novelty had worn off, and I was getting restless. My sick pay was covering the basics, but there wasn't much money for entertainment, so I was spending more time online than usual just to have something to occupy my mind. It started with the usual social media time wasting, then moved to forums and discussion boards I'd never bothered exploring before. True crime communities, conspiracy theory groups, places where people shared unusual content that you wouldn't find on mainstream platforms. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of rabbit holes you fall down when you've got too much time and not enough to do. One forum I discovered was dedicated to investigating internet mysteries and urban legends. The participants took a scientific approach to debunking hoaxes and documenting genuine phenomena, treating it like collaborative research rather than entertainment. They had ongoing investigations into everything from viral videos to disappeared websites. That's where I first encountered detailed discussions about red rooms. The basic concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real violence and murder happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible and economically unviable, but a few claim to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. The discussions were more academic than sensational. People analyzed the technical requirements for hosting live violent content, discussed the legal and practical barriers to maintaining such operations, debated whether the demand was sufficient to justify the risks involved. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some participants seemed about the hidden parts of the internet. They discussed hosting infrastructure and content distribution with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by Document Keeper, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than morbid curiosity before he'd provide access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After about 2 weeks of conversation, Document Keeper finally shared some screenshots and video clips from his archive. The material was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, interface elements that suggested live streaming. It could have been elaborate fiction, created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with other sources. Document Keeper explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing participants, not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real or fictional, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during recovery, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But being stuck indoors for weeks had left me desperate for anything that felt engaging and immediate. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 200 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour while taking my evening medication, using the laptop propped up on my bed. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, regular shoes. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any ordinary job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 300. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me pause the stream and look more carefully at the background details. On the wall behind the table was a small window positioned high up near the ceiling. Through that window, I could see a section of what appeared to be a residential street, terraced houses with distinctive Victorian architecture, a street light with a particular style of lampshade, a road sign that was partially visible. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those terraced houses, that street light design, even the particular shade of brick used in the construction. It all looked very much like my own neighborhood in Brighton. I minimized the stream and opened a mapping application on my phone, comparing the street view images of my area with what I'd seen through that basement window. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere relatively local. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Brighton connection, looking at property records for houses with basements, checking planning applications for building modifications, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The woman from the stream had bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just the violence she was obviously going to suffer, but the way she'd looked resigned rather than terrified. As if she understood exactly what was going to happen and had given up trying to prevent it. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Someone recovering from surgery claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local architecture through a basement window. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time. Instead, I decided to research missing person reports for the Brighton area, looking for cases that might correspond to the woman I'd seen in the stream, but without knowing when she'd been taken or her physical description beyond what was visible in poor lighting. It was impossible to identify any specific cases. Document Keeper had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and tried to forget the whole thing. But being stuck indoors with nothing but recovery time had left me with an unhealthy level of curiosity about things I shouldn't be investigating. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time the location was clearer. Not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted garage or workshop with distinctive features that made it easier to identify. Industrial shelving along one wall, a particular type of concrete flooring, electrical installations that looked like commercial rather than residential work, and most importantly, a calendar on the wall from a local business in Hove. I recognized the business name because I'd used their services about 6 months earlier when I'd needed some electrical work done in my flat. A small company that specialized in domestic and light commercial installations, the sort of local tradesman you'd find through recommendations rather than online advertising. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the location had been in use for an extended period, rather than being set up specifically for streaming. Someone had been operating from this converted garage for at least several months. I spent the rest of the weekend researching the electrical company and their previous customers. Their website showed they'd worked on various residential and commercial properties throughout Brighton and Hove, including several garage conversions and workshop installations. One project particularly caught my attention, a garage conversion in Hove that had been completed about 8 months earlier, transforming a standard residential garage into what was described as a home workshop. The sort of project that would require extensive electrical work and might provide cover for installing equipment that wasn't related to traditional workshop activities. The property was registered to someone whose name didn't appear in any obvious online searches. No social media profiles, no business listings, no public records beyond the basic property ownership information. Either someone who was extremely private or someone who was deliberately maintaining a low profile. I decided to take a walk past the property, using my recovery as an excuse to get some gentle exercise outside the flat. The house was in a quiet residential street, about 20 minutes from where I lived, unremarkable except for the recently renovated garage that had been converted with new electrical installations and what appeared to be sound insulation. From the street, everything looked completely normal. Just another terraced house with a converted garage, the sort of home improvement project that happens all over Brighton every year. But knowing what I potentially knew about how that space was being used made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next few days, varying my route and timing to avoid looking suspicious. Most of the time, there was no activity, but occasionally I'd see cars parked outside that weren't there regularly, suggesting visitors who didn't live at the property. One evening, I noticed that the garage had light visible around the edges of what appeared to be blackout curtains or covers over the windows. Not workshop lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the Red Room streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately. Should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether I'd be taken seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated they were willing to commit serious violence for the entertainment of paying audiences. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document the activity at the property, record when lights were on in the garage, note which vehicles visited and when. Build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that made me reconsider my approach. One of the regular visitors to the property was driving a van from the electrical company, whose calendar I'd seen in the stream. The same local business that had done work on my flat 6 months earlier, which meant they had my address, knew where I lived, and possibly had records of when I'd be at home recovering from surgery. I stopped walking past the property after that realization. If the electrical company was involved in the Red Room operation, then they potentially knew I was taking an unusual interest in one of their clients' properties, and they had access to personal information that would make it easy to find me. The next day, I received a get well card in the post. Nothing unusual about that. People had been sending cards throughout my recovery. But this one was different. No return address, generic message inside, and a photograph tucked behind the card. The photograph showed me walking past the house in Hove. Not a casual snapshot, but a deliberate surveillance image taken with a proper camera from a concealed position. Someone had been watching me watching them, documenting my interest in their property. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten note with just a few words that made it clear this wasn't a friendly gesture. Recovery going well? I threw the card away immediately and spent the rest of the day checking that my flat was properly secured. But I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my address and how long they might have been monitoring my activities. That evening, I noticed a car parked outside my building that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my windows. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside, and checking behind me when I walked to the local shops for groceries, and sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on completing my recovery. But I still think about that woman in the first stream, and the resigned way she'd looked around that concrete room. Whether she'd known she was being watched by hundreds of people who were paying to see her suffer. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in converted garages and basement workshops across the country, operated by people who look like ordinary tradesmen and business people. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, until you discover that some of the most disturbing content online is being produced much closer to home than you ever imagined. I used to think online anonymity made you safer, until I found out how easy it is for someone to find you when they really want to. Working at TechFix in Birmingham city centre wasn't exactly what I'd planned when I dropped out of college halfway through my computing course. The pay was rubbish, and most customers treated you like you were thick, but it beat signing on and gave me something to do while I figured out what came next. Plus, Dave, who owned the shop, was decent enough and didn't ask too many questions about why I'd left uni. The work was mostly straightforward: virus removals, hardware upgrades, data recovery for people who'd managed to delete their holiday photos. Nothing that required the sort of advanced knowledge they'd been trying to teach us at college. Just basic technical skills and patience with people who couldn't tell the difference between their desktop and their hard drive. It was a Tuesday afternoon in November when the woman came in with the laptop that changed everything. She was probably in her 50s, well-dressed but nervous, the sort of customer who clearly didn't feel comfortable in computer shops. Her laptop had crashed completely, wouldn't boot up at all, and she needed some files recovered before a business meeting the following day. Standard data recovery job. I explained it would take a few hours to extract the files safely, and she could collect the laptop the next morning. She seemed relieved and left after paying the deposit. I didn't start working on it until later that afternoon. When I opened up the laptop case to check the hard drive, I found a USB stick wedged inside, not properly inserted into a port, just loose in the casing like it had fallen out of someone's pocket during a previous repair. It wasn't the customer's. She'd been very specific about what files she needed recovering, and they were all work documents stored on the main drive. This USB looked older, more worn, like it had been used heavily over several years. I should have just put it in the lost property box and forgotten about it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially during a quiet spell when Dave had popped out to the bank. I plugged it into my work computer to see if there was anything that might identify the owner. The USB contained a single folder labeled with a string of random letters and numbers. Inside that folder were more folders, each named with dates going back about 18 months. And inside those folders were video files. The first few I opened were obviously downloaded from streaming sites. Poor quality, generic content, nothing particularly unusual. But as I worked through the folders chronologically, the content became progressively more disturbing. These weren't random downloads from public sites. Someone had been systematically collecting footage of real violence, organized by date and location. Police body cam footage from crime scenes. Security camera recordings from incidents that had never been reported in the news. Mobile phone videos shot by witnesses to events that looked genuinely traumatic. The timestamps suggested the material was recent, some of it from just weeks before. Either someone had remarkable access to law enforcement databases, or they were connected to the people creating this content in the first place. Buried deeper in the folder structure, I found something that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the files. Live stream recordings, multiple files, each several hours long, showing what appeared to be real-time violence happening in various locations. The video quality was better than the other content, suggesting professional equipment rather than security cameras or phone recordings. These weren't just recordings either. The interface visible around the edges of the video showed chat windows, viewer counters, control panels. Someone had been participating in live streams where people could watch real violence happening as it occurred. The most recent folder contained something even worse. Rather than just recordings of streams, there were planning documents, schedules, location details, equipment lists. Someone wasn't just watching this content, they were involved in organizing it. One document caught my attention because it mentioned Birmingham specifically, a location I recognized from the address, a warehouse district about 20 minutes from the city centre, where several businesses had closed down over the past year, leaving empty buildings that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. According to the schedule, something was planned for that location the following evening. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have handed over the USB and let them investigate whatever criminal operation was documented on it. But I knew how that conversation would sound. College dropout claiming to have found evidence of live murder streams on a random USB stick that may or may not have belonged to a customer. Instead, I copied some of the files to my personal laptop and spent the evening researching the locations mentioned in the documents. Most were commercial properties that had been empty for months, the sort of places where unusual activity might go unnoticed for weeks. The Birmingham warehouse was owned by a company that had gone into administration 6 months earlier. According to the business listings, it had been used for food storage, but satellite images showed it was now clearly abandoned, perfect for someone who needed a secure location away from residential areas. The planning documents suggested the operation was more sophisticated than I had initially assumed. Multiple camera positions, streaming equipment, backup systems. This wasn't amateur content. Someone was running what amounted to a professional production, just with considerably more disturbing subject matter than typical broadcasts. I found myself checking the documents obsessively over the next 24 hours, looking for more details about what was being planned. The scheduling information suggested regular events rather than one-off incidents, with different locations used on a rotating basis to avoid detection. By Wednesday evening, I'd convinced myself that I needed to see for myself what was happening at the warehouse, not to get involved or intervene, just to confirm whether the documents were describing something real or elaborate fiction. I drove out there around 8 o'clock, parking several streets away and approaching on foot through the industrial estate. Most of the businesses in the area closed early, leaving the roads empty except for the occasional lorry heading to the motorway. The warehouse was at the end of a cul-de-sac, separated from the other buildings by a car park that had been abandoned long enough for weeds to grow through the tarmac. From the outside, it looked completely derelict. Broken windows, graffiti on the walls, the sort of place teenagers might use for underage drinking. But there were fresh tire marks in the car park, and one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar, despite looking secured from a distance. I circled the building looking for a vantage point where I could see inside without being noticed. The rear of the warehouse had several broken windows at ground level, covered with boards that had gaps large enough to see through. What I saw inside confirmed everything from the documents. The warehouse had been converted into a filming space. Professional lighting, equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked like a television studio, except for the restraint equipment and the metal table positioned where you'd normally expect to see chairs or a sofa. There were 3 people setting up equipment, all dressed in ordinary clothes, like they were preparing for any normal work shift. Nothing theatrical or sinister about their appearance. They could have been setting up for a corporate video or product demonstration. The casual nature of their preparation was somehow more disturbing than if they'd been wearing masks or costumes. These were just people doing a job, even though that job involved creating content that would traumatize anyone with a functioning conscience. I watched for about an hour as they completed their setup and tested various pieces of equipment. Around 9:30, a van pulled up outside and 2 more people entered the building. One of them was carrying what appeared to be camera equipment. The other was supporting someone who seemed barely conscious. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing preparation. I was about to see the actual filming of whatever those documents had been planning. I should have called the police then. Should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. Instead, I stayed at the window, telling myself I needed more evidence before making accusations that could ruin innocent people's lives. The unconscious person was positioned on the metal table while the others made final adjustments to their equipment. Computer screens came alive showing what looked like streaming interfaces, though I couldn't make out the details from my position outside. Then one of the camera operators looked directly at the window where I was watching. Not in my general direction, but specifically at the gap in the boards where my face was visible. Our eyes met through the broken glass, and I saw him say something to the others while pointing towards my location. I ran, made it back to my car, and drove home as quickly as possible without breaking every speed limit in Birmingham. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to process what I'd witnessed and decide what to do about it. The logical action was to contact the police with everything I'd seen and copied from the USB. But I knew how weak my story sounded. I'd essentially been stalking people based on files I'd stolen from a customer's property, then trespassing on private land to spy on what might have been legitimate business activity. And now someone had seen me watching them. I spent the rest of the evening checking that my flat was properly secured and trying to convince myself that the person at the warehouse had no way of identifying me. They'd seen my face for maybe 3 seconds in poor lighting conditions. Even if they wanted to find me, how could they possibly know who I was or where I lived? The next morning, I arrived at work to find the woman from Tuesday waiting outside the shop. She seemed different from when she'd first brought the laptop in. More confident, less nervous about being in a computer shop. She asked about her data recovery with the sort of casual interest you might show when collecting dry cleaning rather than the urgency she displayed initially. I handed over her laptop and the recovered files, expecting her to check everything was in order before leaving. Instead, she just smiled and asked if I'd found anything interesting while working on her machine. The question was innocent enough, but something about the way she asked it made my stomach drop, as if she already knew what I'd discovered and was testing whether I'd admit to it. I told her everything had gone smoothly and that all her files had been recovered successfully. She thanked me, paid the balance, and left without checking any of the work I'd supposedly done. But as she reached the door, she turned back with that same smile and mentioned that she hoped I'd found the warehouse visit educational. Then she was gone, leaving me standing behind the counter, trying to work out how she could possibly have known where I'd been the previous evening. I checked our customer database after she left. The contact details she'd provided led nowhere. Disconnected phone number, fake address, credit card that had been declined when I tried to process the final payment later that day. She'd never been a legitimate customer at all, which meant the entire laptop repair had been a setup to get the USB into the shop, knowing that whoever worked on the machine would eventually find it and look at the contents. Someone had wanted me to see those files, wanted me to go to the warehouse, wanted me to witness what was happening there. The question was why. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every customer who came into the shop seemed suspicious. Every person who looked in my direction on the street felt like a potential threat. I started varying my route home, checking behind me more often, sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no suspicious phone calls, no obvious signs that I was being followed. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. A week later, I found another USB stick. This one was left on the counter at work while I was helping a customer in the back room. When I returned, it was sitting next to the till with a small note attached that simply said, "Next episode." I should have thrown it away immediately, or handed it to the police, or quit my job and moved to another city. Instead, I took it home and plugged it into my laptop. The files were similar to the first USB, but more recent. New locations, new scheduling documents, new recordings of events I didn't want to see, but couldn't stop watching. And buried in the folder structure was something that made my blood turn cold. Photos of me, not just from the warehouse. Dozens of images taken over the past week showing me walking to work, shopping for groceries, sitting in my flat with the curtains open. Someone had been documenting my daily routine with the systematic thoroughness of a professional surveillance operation. The final folder contained a single document with an address and a time. Tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. The location was another abandoned warehouse, this one on the other side of Birmingham. And at the bottom of the document, a single line of text that made it clear this wasn't an invitation. Your turn. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. The police won't believe a story this bizarre without evidence I can't provide without incriminating myself. Moving away won't help if these people have the resources to track me down once already. Tomorrow evening, I'll have to decide whether to go to that warehouse or spend the rest of my life wondering when they'll decide to come and find me instead. Either way, I don't think online anonymity is going to keep me safe much longer.